It's a Thursday morning in the break room. Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5 WCMF. How's it going, buddy?
Pretty good, buddy.
What's going on, female buddy?
Doing good, buddy.
Chilly start this morning.
Oh, yeah.
48 degrees right now. It's definitely shacket weather.
Mm-hmm.
You might even want to throw a turtleneck sweater underneath
Gotta
it.
shack it up.
Try and look as stupid as possible. 48 degrees right now. Getting up into the mid-50s, mid-60s at some point today. But sunny throughout.
Nice.
Sunny tomorrow. High of 72. Going to be a beaut.
Okay.
Soak that in.
Mm-hmm.
You got to stay safe, Tommy.
Oh, yeah.
All right, so we work down in the High Falls area.
Mm-hmm.
And there is a disconnect between how dangerous people think this place is and how dangerous it actually seems to be.
Okay.
Because you've said before on the show that you're afraid to walk into the building.
Sketch ass.
Despite the fact that Kimmy, and I'm knocking on wood here, since we've all worked here, there's not a single incident that's happened.
There's usually nobody around. It's
Yeah.
pretty empty.
And if there are people around, they're homeless and they're asleep.
Oh, they're shooting up.
Yeah, but again, they're not bothering anybody.
No.
They're just kind of doing their thing. So
What happened?
Well, it seems that our company, where we work here, takes safety very seriously. Because
I did notice something this morning.
Yeah.
Me too.
Yeah.
And it really stands out,
Yeah,
man.
it does.
I think they bought.
No hiding that.
I think they bought the world's biggest one of these. I didn't know they made them this big.
So we have a new ring cam
Yep.
on the front of the building.
But it's huge.
It is
Now, mind
massive.
you, we used to have a ring cam.
It looks like one of those film projectors that they did to shoot movies in the 30s.
It is a massive, massive ring cam.
Yeah.
Now, as Kimmy brought up, we used to have a ring cam before this ring
Yeah,
cam.
what happened?
That ring cam was stolen.
Like literally ripped off the wall.
Yeah.
Wires hanging out.
Got, the guy's face in it and everything.
We have the video. It's the funniest video you'll ever see in your life. The ring cam that was there to prevent crime was stolen by somebody, and that person was never caught because they wore a mask walking up to the ring cam and just ripped it off. So there's a new ring cam outside. The other funny thing, and when the ring cam was ripped off, the folks that work here decided that you couldn't just have a camera outside anymore because people were stealing them.
Yeah.
So they took a camera and they put it on the inside of the glass that you can't get to.
Okay.
Okay. So now we have a camera that watches our camera
Yes.
that was stolen initially so it doesn't get stolen.
So we have security
Camera.
keeping an eye on our security.
Yeah.
That is a thing that is actually happening right now.
Assistant
Double
to
camera.
the security camera.
What the hell is going on in our building?
I don't, not sure.
This is the stupidest thing I've ever seen. in
Because
my
it
Yeah.
life.
wouldn't even solve the problem of how the ring cam got stolen. Because the guy was wearing a mask.
Yes, in the first
so
place,
like,
yeah.
even if you had that
Right.
footage from inside the building, it wouldn't determine who took the camera.
And I would guess
This
like
one stands out more,
yeah,
too.
it's more
So,
prominent.
yeah.
It looks more expensive.
Yeah.
And if somebody took the initial ring cam, the odds are that this ring cam is going to get taken also pretty high.
Yeah.
Fair statement.
Sure, he probably needs more.
252 WCMF, does anyone want to explain what the hell we're doing here? Because, like, the levels of safety now that people have, the redundant levels of safety that they'll have at their house is absolutely ridiculous. Because you, yourself, Tommy, have security cameras.
Yeah, and
right?
plus we have deadbolts on doors.
All of that stuff,
Yeah.
right? But you also have a home security system on top of the security cameras.
So the security system that will alert, somebody will call you if there's a problem, like a physical person in town.
All right, so you don't need the cameras because you have the security system.
True.
But you have the cameras on top of the security system. Excuse me, the locks, the deadbolts, the garage, the locks on your car.
Yeah.
All of these things exist.
Then my cars have alarms.
There you go, you got that too,
Right.
right? And then everybody else in your neighborhood has all of this stuff we can't anticipate
Yeah,
as well.
locked and loaded, baby.
Like, I would love to know on a street-by-street basis how much money collectively is spent on the security stuff that really doesn't even do anything to keep you secure.
Oh, it's got to be massive. It has to be.
Right? Are we talking tens of thousands of dollars per street?
Probably. I mean, if you really add it up, sure.
Is that a
Yeah.
fair statement?
Probably.
Because that's kind of stupid. It's kind of stupid.
But it makes you feel better.
Does it?
Yes. It's called a false sense of security.
But you
That's
liter-
what I'm paying for.
But you literally just said you're anticipating this new camera being stolen because
Oh,
the old camera was
absolutely.
being stolen. So there is no sense of security with this new camera. Somebody's just going to walk away with a new camera.
But isn't that the way it's always been? They always try to even like when I see those ads, right? What if a burglar in a finely pressed polo shirt and a mask comes creepily up to my house looking around, and I go, "Hey, I see you. Get off of my property."
My favorite videos on social media, and I know this
Yeah.
is bad, are the videos of people who have ring cams. And there's somebody about to take something off their front step, and they go, "Hey, stop that!" And the person looks at the ring cam, picks up the box, and just leaves.
Keeps going.
It
yeah.
did absolutely nothing to save it.
Yeah.
Right? And the more that I think about this, and the phone number is 252-WCMF, 252-9263. The only crime, really, that has happened in our neighborhood over the last 5 years is when the ring cam got stolen.
Yeah, that was the biggest stuff.
The only crime that happened was when the thing that was there to keep us safe was stolen. Right?
Yeah.
Because, knock on wood, there haven't been any assaults. There's been no, like, shootings.
Actually, the only violence we've had in this building has been in this building.
You're right.
The only violent acts we have had have been employees
You're right.
that
Employee
were
on
legally
employee.
allowed to come past that ring cam
Yep,
and
yep.
come in here and do their job.
You're absolutely right. But we're all scared of outside. You sit here and you laugh, and that's fine. I appreciate you being home team. But tomorrow morning, when you're walking in all super fast in your zip-up boots with your heel.
So I slow down and I look and I check the whole area before I come in.
You check the whole area.
Oh, yeah. I don't drive directly into that parking garage till I do a
Is that why
quick
you
ri-
come around and do
yeah.
a loop?
Wait a minute. No, you don't. You,
I
check,
always wondered why you just didn't pull into the garage from the other side.
Oh, yeah.
you do a perimeter check.
Yep. I do. Every morning.
You don't even know what you're looking for.
Yes, I do.
And
I
even
know
if you
exactly where they sleep.
Question.
Man.
Where they are.
They're sleeping. Why would they bother you?
And even if you saw somebody sleeping, are you not going to come inside?
No, I'll just walk the other way out.
Just planning your route.
I don't know what's going to happen. I walk like a crazy person.
Okay, but here's the thing, man. Like, if somebody was waiting to attack you, they're not going to stand out in the open.
And wave at you?
What if I wake up, I startle the guy? Or the lady. Homeless. Ladies doing homeless too. Ladies are coming up.
What if you startle the guy?
He knifes me.
What?
Takes all my valuables.
Okay.
What if he gets into my
Hey,
man?
give me your
bag?
purse.
Wait. So I just want to work this out in my head. All right. So this person, homeless, sleeping in a stairwell or on the bench or whatever
Or
outside.
no, sometimes I sleep in those upper landing areas. too.
Okay. All right. So you startle them. They wake up. They've been sleeping. They have their wits about them enough to go, oh, wait a minute. You're a person. Give me all your stuff right now.
That's a possibility.
Bro, I can't pee when I get up and get out of bed. And this person's going to rob you to the point where you can't get away?
They're desperate people, Pat.
Okay. How long have you worked in this building for?
Since 2008.
Okay. So it's been now 16 years. Has anything ever happened to you?
No,
Not a single thing.
not a single thing.
Yet you drew a perimeter drive around every morning.
But that's no reason to not be cautious.
Yeah.
Don't get too comfortable. Know your surroundings. Know the exits.
He's pointing at me.
Yep.
He's pointing at me right now.
Know where the dangers lie.
You know, there are
Possibly down the hall.
There are two different kinds of people that we work with, and I guess two different kinds of people on the planet. Again, talking about how after our ring cam was stolen a few months ago, we have the video of the man who stole it. We're not going to know who he is.
No,
He's
the
still at
masked
large.
man.
Yeah. We got a new ring cam, an even bigger ring cam outside, which we anticipate being stolen soon.
It was a whopper.
But there's another camera on the inside of the glass that is watching the ring camera, so we have security for our security that will also be stolen because
We
to
have
Tommy's
backup.
point. Yeah,
Yeah.
if they wear a mask, it doesn't matter what camera catches them. We're not going to catch them. You were going to say something?
So I think the new camera also has a doorbell,
Oh,
which is kind of even more of an insult.
To who? Where does it ring to?
I don't know.
But
Like, who would hear it?
like, let's say there's somebody's trying to steal it, but also keeps hitting the, the doorbell.
Yeah, waking up our engineer who's connected to his phone. So there are people like Kimmy and I who seem pretty laid back about the whole situation. And then there are people like you and Breezy, who works down on PXY, who are petrified of this neighborhood. Petrified of this neighborhood. I'm going to say that again.
Right.
There are people like you and Breezy who work on PXY who are petrified of this neighborhood.
Because Breezy's buttoned up.
Well,
She's ready
no,
for action.
Oh, yeah, I know. When
she
I
should
think
actually
Breezy-
be the one you are keeping your eye out for because I've seen her fly through stop signs.
No, but he does too. He does after
That's
hours.
what I mean. Like they're both gonna end up hurting each other somehow.
But she's like weaponized, man.
Weaponized Breezy?
She is. She's got like stuff.
She does. She comes prepared.
Which is even
You
more...
don't mess with no Breezy.
No, but here's the thing, man. I've been working here, 12 years now? Nothing's ever happened to me, knock on wood. I had my car broken into, but that was in the garage where the actual security's supposed to be,
Yeah.
right? So
I'm convinced those cameras don't work.
there was somebody in the garage working security when my car was broken
Yeah.
into. Nobody saw anything, right? But I am far more afraid that I will be walking outside, Breezy gets scared, and she uses something on me that she keeps on her, then somebody in this neighborhood
It
is going
could
to hurt me.
happen.
And I'm serious when I say that.
All right.
I love Breezy to death. I'm convinced I'm going to die when I get attacked by Breezy, who's scared.
Breezy took my life tonight. She took my life tonight.
Like, it almost feels like what we do to keep ourselves safe makes things more dangerous.
Sure.
Is
But
that
it's a great economy. It's the scared economy. It is.
Okay, well, you're just buying
Think of all that stuff that they sold over the last 20 years.
Okay.
That didn't exist.
Yeah.
And now we're all Our houses are just crammed with it.
But maybe we don't need it.
We never needed it, but thank God we gave people jobs.
No,
in this scared economy.
I love how you sit here, man. Yeah, man, I get it, man. No, totally, man. You're right, man. Also, I'll pay all this money for all this stuff, man.
Oh, yeah.
I'm a scared ass bitch, man. Like, you can't sit here and have this take. Like, no, we don't need any of it. Also, I have all of it. I like all of it. I don't need any of it.
I want all of it.
We got Facebook messages coming in. You can always get us at WCMF or the Break Room Facebook page. This comes in from Bill. Bill says you don't need any of that stuff, the cameras and the locks and the alarm systems, until you do need it. Thank goodness nothing has happened to you guys, but if something were to happen, you'd need that stuff. What, so I can have a camera watching me get assaulted?
Yeah, we'll have a good recording of it.
No, but that's the other funny thing,
We can
right?
put it on our Twitch channel and all that stuff and go watch.
Like, that's all it's going to have is footage of a man in a distance or a woman from a distance beating the hell out of me or stabbing me or robbing me. What does that do to help?
Well, we can track him down.
No, we
He's
can't.
not wearing a mask.
No, because we did have that story a couple months ago that showed like the amount of criminals caught due to Ring camera footage, and it was specifically Ring, that company, was like infinitesimally low, like shockingly low.
But at least you'll have a timeline of when you actually got robbed.
So you got that going for you. And an embarrassing video of you reacting in a way that you did not think you'd react.
I do think, too, if you get that stuff, you get a discount on your homeowner's insurance.
You do?
I think you get like if you have a fire extinguisher, I know you get like a percentage off, and I think if you have security, you get a percentage off.
Thanks, Dad.
Hey, 10% is 10%, kiddo.
No, but what did you spend to
What are you going to go spend it down at Macy's?
No, but what did you spend to get the cameras? It kind of feels like the cameras and the subscriptions more money.
The cameras were cheap. I got them at BJ's,
Yeah,
bro.
but
Remember
do you
that
have
whole
to
kit
pay
was
a
on-
monthly thing for them, or like a yearly?
Yeah.
Is it more than 10% of your homeowner's insurance?
I don't know.
Probably, yes, it is. Of course you don't know.
Well, it's the
your
point.
wife's
It pays for itself.
I bet
man.
you it doesn't. I bet you it's way more for the
This baby
subscription.
pays for itself.
Shut up.
I'm making money.
You're such a sucker, man. Oh, I'm saving 10%.
Yes.
I'm spending 5 times that, but I'm saving 10%, you sucker. Also, having these cameras everywhere, right? If it gives you the sense of security, fine. I guess it's not hurting anything.
Well.
The only thing it will hurt is, like I said, you're not going to react the way you think you do when somebody shows up and tries to hurt you or take things from you. Because, like, my biggest fear now with this camera out there is if I do walk across the street at 3:30 in the morning and somebody does rob me, the involuntary noise I'm going to make.
Or you have accidentally trip over yourself, or you know what I mean?
Like somebody comes at me with a knife and I'm like, oh! You know what I mean? Like, and you guys would capture that audio even if I die, and it would be like a new drop you use on the show. Oh!
So, my old man owned a TV station down in Florida.
Ooh.
We have established I was rich. So one of the things they did was to get people interested in his TV station was they put a camera outside at night. And this is when you could first do like live broadcasting. And it was inside the building, but it showed out, and you can be on TV.
Ah!
And people in West Palm Beach could walk by and wave at themselves and be on TV. It was just like a gimmick, right? The amount of people that flashed and mooned this camera in the middle of the night was hysterical. All people wanted to do was show their ass.
Yeah, of course.
That's all they wanted to do.
It would be the same way today.
Yeah, and it hasn't. Like, if people talk about, we're a better society for ourselves and everything, all we saw was just idiots.
Well, look what happened.
And that's all you're going to see out here is idiots. To your point.
Look what happened with that portal they opened up in New York City.
They had to shut it down.
That didn't last long.
Oh.
If you didn't see the story, it was a camera that it was in the middle of Dublin.
Yeah, Dublin and Manhattan.
Times Square,
It's
right?
basically like a big old Zoom call.
Yes.
And you could basically wave at each other and see each other.
Exactly. And within the first couple of hours, a woman took her top off.
Yep.
People started writing horrific things on one side of it and holding it up to the
And by
camera
the way,
to show somebody else.
All on the U.S.
Irish
I thought
there was a
behaved
bad
themselves.
one on the other
Really
side.
bad
They did?
Irish one.
Yeah.
Really bad Irish
Oh,
one.
I thought they behaved themselves.
No, this one
listen, I
might
was
be the
surprised.
worst.
The Irish?
that they behaved themselves. You're not known for behaving yourself.
Not like the Sicilians. We wouldn't have cinema in the 70s if it wasn't for all the horrible things you people did.
Whatever we do, we don't talk about it.
No, you do, actually, because I know all about it. The bottom line is, unless you want to stop a bunch of Sicilians, you don't need the cameras in your house. We got a dynamite camera-laden society kind of breaking for you this morning here on CMF. It's Thursday. You know what that means?
Oh, I think we've already started bitching it out.
Yep, Bitch Voice Theater coming at you from a little bitch. We'll get to that just after 7. Also, this weekend we're in festival season with Lilac Festival.
Oh, yeah.
But I think you can make the argument that this festival once just a gem of this little community,
Yeah.
has become so big that it's replaced Park Ave Fest.
Oh, yeah.
And
sure.
not just in size, but in the type of people that are going to do this.
Mm-hmm.
Because in what was an older, calmer community,
Yeah.
there is now alcohol
Yep.
and music
They got a strip now.
and entertainment,
Yeah.
and young people.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't know, Kimmy, for all the good that's done for this community, if people are prepared for what could be happening this weekend. Because, I mean, they're open for business.
I just think it keeps getting bigger and bigger, so it's going to hit that point, right?
We'll get into it just after 7 o'clock here on CMF, plus a whole bunch more. But first, Tommy.
Yeah.
You remember the other day we were talking about teenage jobs, and if you're a parent, what job you're okay with your kid having.
Yeah.
The state of New York is also aware now that kids are looking for summer jobs, and they want to remind teenage kids in the state of New York that there are things that you do not have to do. There are rights that you have.
Like workers' rights?
Yeah, I mean, everybody has workers' rights.
Well, I thought they're just the basic rights we all have.
Well, see, that's just it. There are a few more that kids get.
Oh.
That is, if your kid is willing to speak up when stuff like this happens.
Oh.
Because I think everybody that has had a teenage job at some point has had something like this go down where you ain't saying a word.
Yeah.
And we'll get into it next here in the break room on 96.5 WCMF. youth job time, Tommy.
Oh, yeah. Get your ass out.
That's right. We talked earlier this week about the job that you would be okay with your teenager having, i.e. working with adults, if that's okay for them.
Yeah.
But, I mean, part of having a teenage job is learning about hard work.
Yep.
Part of it is also learning what you can't, should, and shouldn't tolerate from an employer.
Yeah.
And the state of New York is here to remind your kids that there are some things that they simply should not tolerate.
Workers' rights.
Yes. If your kid has the balls to speak up.
All right.
You're hanging out in the break room. Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5. WCMF just after 6:45. This is going to make life healthier and better for the elderly set.
Oh, great.
It's also the grossest discussion we're going to have all week.
About their bodies, their old-ass bodies.
And what they want us to help them do with their bodies.
Well, you should. That's your responsibility as a younger set.
We'll get into it just after 6:45 here in the break room on CMF. So yesterday, the state of New York revealed what they're calling the Youth Worker Bill of Rights.
Okay.
It is all the rights that teenage kids have getting jobs either throughout the summer or while they're still in school.
Right.
And I will start off by saying this.
Right.
It's a good thing. Because as we come into teen job season, it's important to remember how intimidated we all felt by our bosses at some of our first jobs.
Oh, sure.
I mean, is that a fair statement?
Yeah, because it's your first experience, so you don't necessarily know how things are supposed to work yet. So if this is the way this person is treating you or, running the place, then you think, oh, this must be the norm.
You don't want to disappoint your parents. You don't want to disappoint your coworker. You sure as hell don't want to have to go home and tell your mom and dad you got fired.
Yeah.
Yes.
So what you were willing to do as a teenager was a lot.
All right.
So kids need to know they have the right to say no to things. They need to know that there are certain hours they're allowed to work, and they need to know the rights they are entitled to.
Okay.
Which sucks because this Workers' Bill of Rights, as much as it is a good thing for teenagers, will do nothing.
Oh, really?
Well, look, if I have a job as a teen where someone's going to take advantage of me, Kimmy, at that age, who were you going to tell?
Maybe you tell your parents, but I know myself as a teenager, and I kept all that stuff to myself. Maybe you'd bitch about it with like your fellow coworkers.
But I didn't want to risk my mom and dad getting upset with me. Or maybe even if they weren't upset, they're not going to let me go back and do that job. Now I'm out of job, right? I also risk my parents telling me not to be a bitch and getting back to work.
Which would have been my old man.
Same with mine.
Listen, your boss, you got to listen to your boss. Because he was a boss. See, he's always going to side with the man. You know what I mean?
No, I hear you, man. And, it's funny, they say you can file a complaint here. And if you think, I'll read you a quote from
a teenager's going to file a complaint
with the
state of New York.
If you think your employer is violating your workplace rights, you can inform the New York State Department of Labor. The Department of Labor will only cite your employer for the violations, not your family.
All right.
I would have no idea how to do that as a kid.
I don't know how to do it now.
What complaint could you have about the job that you do?
I get treated in it. The elder abuse.
Oh, you know what happened?
Look, it's right now.
Oh, he's
there it
pointing
is.
at me. Oh, you're pointing at me. Oh, man, points at me. Look at him.
I'm going to call Albany.
Do it. You
I don't know how.
Yeah, because you got a smartphone. Your old ass don't even know how to use it. So, with what we went through as a kid, the Teen Worker Bill of Rights is almost funny because number one, the first thing it says, you have the right to receive your full paycheck on time.
Oh. Basics.
But here's the thing. It is basic. There were plenty of jobs I had where they're like, I'll get you tomorrow.
You got to chase the guy down.
Or you didn't really know when to expect it kind of thing.
Yes, it was just a fluid thing, too. You have the right to earn minimum wage, which is also laughable and might be the toughest one. Because how many jobs did all of us have, 252-WCMF, 252-9263, were they offered to pay you under the table?
Right. I mean, I wonder do you think you can get away with that as much now as you could then?
Probably not.
But it would take someone ratting you out. Who's going to rat you out?
But
I don't know.
That would be a cash business that they'd have to pay you that way. That would be tough.
Oh, good point. Yeah, you're right.
I mean, it's really hard now.
Yeah.
Back in my day,
So I
was going to say I remember applying for a job because I heard that was a thing, and then it changed right as I started working there.
And don't get me wrong, as a kid, being paid under the table was the greatest thing in the world because you were committing tax fraud,
right?
Right? You were paying your
but
taxes.
it's like kid tax fraud.
But at the same time, I didn't get a pay stub. So I wasn't entirely sure how many hours I worked, what I was entitled to.
Just taking the cash.
I'm trusting this person who's willing to commit tax fraud to pay me what I'm supposed to be owed. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Right?
How many kids are I would think it would take a pretty responsible kid to sit down and do the math and add up, how many hours they worked, what they make.
That's a dick kid.
I never
thought
twice about that.
Kid?
I always thought I had an idea of what I what it would be about based on other paychecks.
Because if I'm a kid working with like buttoned up kid, I hate that kid.
You mean the kid who's making sure that we all
Yes.
get paid the right amount?
Yeah.
He's doing you a favor. I don't care if somebody else does the work.
He's gonna
I'm
rub
just
it in
not
my
gonna do
face,
it.
or it's gonna piss me off.
Rub what in your face? That he's making sure
And he's
we're all-
smart. Because so when I worked at Winn-Dixie, it was a big grocery chain. When I first started in '75, they paid you cash out of the till. So like the cashier would walk around with one of the tills that go into the thing, and they would tell you, and it was like a ledger, and they would just pay you.
No kidding.
And then sometimes, like if they thought you did a good job, they'd throw you an extra $5 or something like that. But that wasn't reported.
Man.
Like so, they throw you like $5, $10. If they, if it was a good week, something happened like that. But that was almost like under. I was getting paid legitimately and under the table at the same time.
Seriously?
Yeah, and then they just give you your written ledger of what you earned that week, and you're supposed to hold on to that. I used to just throw that crap. I was a kid making $1.95 an hour.
Yeah, but that's what $1.95 was. $1.95.
Corvettes were $15.
252 WCMF. The state of New York yesterday comes out with the Teen Worker Bill of Rights, and it's great information. Like, your kid should not have to put up with this stuff. You shouldn't program a kid to like take BS from a boss. Because like, here's the thing, man. Like,
workers' rights, man.
But like, we all sit here and we like to pretend like, yeah, man, we're not taking any guff off of nobody. But the majority of everybody listening to the show, ourselves included, we're little bitches when our bosses tell us this is what I need you to do.
Yeah.
But maybe because we've been programmed to do that our whole lives, because when we were teenagers, no one was willing to stick up for us.
Like my old man would hate this. He would hate
A Bill of Rights?
Yes, because he would think like you're going to unionize. You're a bunch of Bolsheviks. You're going to listen to the boss is the boss, and he makes the money. He makes the decisions. He would hate all of this. This is all commie talk to my old man.
Even if it's happening to his son, his daughter?
Oh yeah,
Right.
yeah. Because it wouldn't benefit him.
Okay.
Like this thing, as a businessman, he would hate.
I see what you're saying. Because
He
he'd
didn't-
be dealing with it in his own.
He don't want to be told what to do.
Yeah.
I built this business. I'm not going to have the government tell me how to run my business.
So I think the most interesting right in this Teen Worker Bill of Rights, it says you have the right to keep any tips you receive. Did you guys know that?
Well,
So-
what if the company policy is that they split the tips evenly?
Okay, so no, that would be
Yeah,
also
yeah, yeah.
receiving the tips. So that's
All right.
But there are places I've worked where
Same.
one, they said their tips were going to charity, or two, you were not allowed to accept tips. That was like you
Yeah.
can't take tips.
Oh, so if it's a company policy, you can't tip somebody, and somebody tips you, you're allowed to keep it.
I mean,
then?
I don't know what if those are two different
two
things.
things.
But it says you have a right to keep any of the tips.
So you know
Alright.
what's so funny is I remember working a job where they donated the tips to charity.
Yeah.
And I remember like there was a kid that I worked with that was so adamant on, no, we are allowed to keep, like he would argue that point that
Yeah.
you just said, and we all thought he was kind of full of crap, but maybe he knew what he was
He knew it.
talking about.
Well, wait, I love how we just killed Tommy, and you were Tommy. Shut up, kid. Oh, you trying to get us our money? Shut
no,
up,
but you know
nerd.
what I mean? Like you're like, how do you know they were, by law supposed to be keeping these tips?
Yeah, now you're just pissing the boss off, and he's going to take it out on all of us.
But here's the thing: I'm not convinced that any of those places that said the tips are going to charity were actually donating them to
also
charity.
That had to
True.
be such a scam,
Right,
man.
because like the same guys that were like tips go to charity were the ones who were like, hey, I'll pay you under the table. I commit tax fraud, but I donate to charity.
Because we weren't supposed to take tips at the first grocery store I worked at.
Okay.
And I would take them all the time. Because like sometimes you had to take people's groceries out to their car and
Yeah,
stuff.
yeah.
And they would throw you money. And the company policies, you can't take a tip. Everybody took tips. And nobody reported them.
Okay, so if there's a company policy that says you can't take tips, are they allowed to enforce that? 252 WCMF. Does anybody know? Because like if you,
But I'm going back, 50 years ago.
well, no, but like even now, like if you go to Wegmans, you try and tip one of those helping hands, they'll say we can't take
Right,
tips.
right.
Like if somebody tries to help you bring something to your car.
But it sounds like technically they can take the tip according to that law.
I will read you the quote. It's number 5. Ready?
Oh, wait, 5's the best one.
You have the right to keep any tips you receive. Your employer cannot take money from tips you receive. You have the right to keep any tips you receive either from customers or tips pooled with your coworkers.
Oh. So it sounds like you could take the tip.
Yeah, so anyone that wants to start tipping us for doing this show, come on.
Oh, wait to see that pile of cash rolling in.
I don't know, man. Like, again, I want to believe that like kids are going to see. And here's the thing: what kids are seeing this anyway because it's a news story. Like, I don't know how many kids wake up and check the Finger
Yeah.
Lakes Daily News for like their daily update. You know what I mean? This is something you would have to share with your kid
Yeah.
once they start a job. If it's something you think is valuable to your kids growing up,
Stand up for your rights.
but I think you should.
Yeah, goddamn communist.
You know, it's so funny, man. Everything's communism until it applies to you.
That was my old man. My old man hated like anything on the other side, right? Until he needed it.
Okay. So
Like-
he didn't collect Social Security?
Oh, of course he did. And he wanted every goddamn dime of it, man.
I wonder if this is going to cause problems because, to your point, the kid may not see this story or have any idea that he or she could make these arguments. Are parents going to try to get involved in their kid's workplace if
that's
they feel
bad.
like their kid is being shorted and they're not speaking up? Because I could see that causing problems, like just moms and dads being like, "No, we're going to fight for
Oh,
this."
you can't do that.
Why not?
It's so embarrassing to the kid, man.
Okay.
Mommy and daddy are going to fight your battles for you in front of your coworkers.
So I'm just going to let my 16, 17-year-old kid get
Yeah,
taken
let him
advantage
figure
of?
it. I think you got to let him figure it out.
Figure it out. Oh, sir, who's paying me under the table and committing fraud? It turns out that I have a right to keep my dibs on you.
Think of the guys that we've worked with whose wives get deeply involved in their job to the point where they're calling up and defending their husbands. We hate those wives and we hate those dudes.
There is a huge difference between calling as a wife calling a radio show and being like, "Don't say my husband's shoes are silly," and you as a parent finding out that your kid's employer
Yeah.
might be committing wage theft.
But you're going to go wage thefting your puny ass wages.
That's still wage theft.
I would think that counts more for
It's
that
light
kid.
wage theft.
Light.
Light.
Okay, late what?
It's light wage theft.
So the end is still wage theft.
But light.
Okay.
Very light. And you don't want to be that parent,
I don't
man.
know. I
Yeah,
mean, look,
but there will be parents making phone calls.
I don't know
or
if I would
showing
be that
up.
parent. I think I would encourage my kid to handle it themselves.
Right,
But
because they have to learn to navigate these things.
Okay.
Or
no.
not.
I love how it sounds like you're about to start a business, hire teenagers and rip them all off. Because you've been fighting me the whole way on this thing.
I mean, I would push the envelope as far as I could as a business.
So, which is why you would have to, as a parent, stand up for your kid. What a dick.
Hey, it's all about the money, baby.
It's all about the money on the backs of
Got to get the profits.
poor teenage kids. Are like, okay, sure, yes. Let's take a break. Let's go from the youngest of our society to the oldest of our society, because this is going to extend the lives of our parents and grandparents.
Oh.
It's also the grossest thing you're going to hear all day, because like just being aware that this is happening is one thing.
Yeah.
To have to actually encourage and help it along.
Well, I mean, you're coming in there with your folks, bro. Kimmy too. As your parents age, it ain't fun. It ain't for the weak of heart. I got stories, brother.
We'll get to it. We'll do it next here in the break room on 96.5 WCMF. This is something that could extend the life of your gam-gam, your pop-pop, your mom, your dad.
Get to it, boy.
It's also super gross.
Mm-hmm.
And it's hard to imagine being able to encourage this happening. But according to medical professionals, the key to living longer is getting down and dirty in the old folks' home.
Oh, boy.
You hanging out in the break room. Watch just Classic Rock 96.5. WCMF just after 7 o'clock. It's Thursday. You know what that means.
Are we going to bitch it out, buddy?
That's right, Bitch Voice Theater, and how the success of one village in our area may mean a massive change in their festival this coming weekend.
Oh.
Because there was a time.
It was a time.
Thank you, where this was all arts and crafts and old folks moseying around.
Mm-hmm.
And now, oh, buddy.
Yeah.
We got ourselves a strip.
Oh, it's a party.
We'll get to it just after 7 o'clock here in the break room on CMF. Science says old folks should be having sex.
Yeah, they say the longer you go, the longer you go.
Yeah, like actually way more sex. A new study found that older people, the elderly, are facing discrimination around sex and relationships.
Well, how are they getting
What do you mean?
discriminated?
Okay, so a bunch of things in their lives are keeping them from finding a partner and doing the deed. An example they give is like nursing homes not giving privacy to people when it's necessary to actually go and do things together.
Yeah, all right.
And the study found that folks having sexual relationships into their 70s, 80s, and 90s were both better off physically and mentally than their non-sex having counterparts. So their suggestion in this study is, you ready?
Yep.
Encourage the elderly to have more sex. Your grandma, your grandpa, your ma, your pa, light a candle, put on some Lawrence Welk, slap him on the ass, and send him in the other room.
All right. Get to breeding, boy. You make them sound like horses.
Well, it's I'm reading you what the study
Helping
says
them
here.
set the mood.
So, like, my old man was diddling my mother into his 80s. But my mother had checked out in her 60s. Did not enjoy it. She used to call it her wifely duties.
Okay.
But they both lived deep into their 80s. My mother died a month shy of her 90th birthday, and my old man lived almost 88.
So is this proof of the study?
Maybe because they weren't healthy living. Neither of them were. But that's what she said. But like, remember I told you he bought surgical gloves at BJ's, those latex gloves.
Because you never tell this story
I
there
know,
again.
I
So
know.
he could-
I've heard it way too many times.
But you know, she was getting dry down there, and he bought the gloves and the lube to keep it going.
Pulled out the lube, put on the gloves.
Whoa.
How does that conversation happen between you and your
At dinner
parents?
with my second wife. I still remember the restaurant. It was called Savannah's, and
It was at a restaurant.
at a restaurant. It was called Savannah's. It was a place in that Village Gate.
Yeah.
We're sitting there having dinner. They came up, and he wanted me. He goes, hey, I gotta get more of these latex gloves.
He asked you to buy gloves so he could finger blast your
He
mother?
goes,
no.
he didn't know where to go. And I go, what do you need gloves for? Then he completely explains it. And then my mother looks and goes, yeah, honey, when you get older, you get dry down there. And she's saying that to my second wife at the time. So my old man gets the gloves. So I tell the story on the air like I'm doing now the next day. My parents are listening, and they come on the show. And, of course, she brings the box of gloves as a gag, right? Then we go to my sister-in-law's for a barbecue on Sunday. He's there handing all the guys out latex gloves
Oh, my God.
as a joke.
Okay.
I got to say this. In small doses, people loved my father. They thought he was hysterical. For 15 minutes.
The phone number is 252-WCMF. Going back to this study that
Yeah.
we should be encouraging the elderly, 70s, 80s, 90s, to having
bang.
sex with each other. Do you think you could help elderly relatives hook up? Because they wouldn't know how to use Tinder or plentyofskin.com.
So you're talking about meeting a partner.
Or
What'd you call it,
encouraging
Skinder?
plentyofskin.com.
Oh.
We could also use Skinder. No, I mean, whether it's encouraging your mother, father, grandma, and grandpa to have sex with each other, or hooking up a single grandmother, mother, father, grandpa with somebody.
So here's my issue with this, just knowing how nursing homes operate with watching my parents.
Okay.
So let's say you're one of your parents go in there and you encourage your mother to meet a partner.
Yeah.
And it doesn't go well.
Like they don't like each other. She doesn't
Or
like them.
worse.
Okay.
Or worse. Now you've inserted yourself into this situation.
After that man inserted himself in.
Yeah, into a situation. You know what I'm saying?
Yes.
I would not do this on a serious note, not even get near it.
All right. I mean, The study says that
Yeah.
if you want your parents, grandparents to live longer, it's what you need to do. So you are in no way are participating in the sexual relationship.
Why would
of
you
your
get
parents.
involved in this?
Well,
right?
because maybe they wouldn't do it without your encouragement.
And maybe that's fine.
Well, you want them to die? Will you die already?
They're gonna check out, man. If you're at this age, man, you're gonna check out. I mean, because like that would be me. So my brothers are in their 70s.
Yes.
Right. And God forbid something happens, and they're on their own or whatever. I would have to encourage my brothers to go bang.
I think it would be easier for a sibling. I could do that.
Yeah, but I don't want to go. Yeah. Ooh, check it out. Like a guy explained to another guy, you got to go get some, bro.
All right.
Getting any action in the home?
I don't think sibling would be hard. But, I mean, that would be a weird situation because you'd also be in that situation at that age.
Yes.
You know what I'm saying, right? It's the parent thing because, again, like they created you.
Right.
Your mother and father, as much as, we're being naive about it, you don't want to think about what goes on there. Same with grandma and grandpa. Kimmy, do you think you could encourage your grandmother or grandfather to go get it on with somebody else?
I'm letting them handle things on their own. I do not want to be involved.
And by the way, there's plenty of horny old men out there.
Yeah.
They don't need a checkered flag. So it would mostly be encouraging the ladies to go bang FDR.
What would that sound like if your grandma...
I'd like to, but my legs don't work. Eleanor, you're going to have to help me. I know you're not into this, according to the papers.
Maybe it's not so much about... actually physically helping them. Maybe it's more about...
Encouraging?
Well, yeah, the stigma, because maybe those folks think that it's not the proper thing to do. It's not the ethical thing to do. And you would be there to explain to them, like, no, casual sex is now a common thing.
Well, I do think that, like, when my grandfather died, my grandmother never, that was it. Her husband died. He was a saint. He was in heaven. She would never look at another man.
Sure.
But that generation's long gone. I mean, I'm sure, like, morally, they're more open to a new partner after their loved one is checked out. I mean, I think your parents' generation.
Well, my parents are divorced, so yes.
No, but like, yeah, what I'm saying, like that.
My dad was open to another partner with my mother.
Yeah, look at that.
She was only in her 40s.
Like your old man's a swinger, bro. And your old man, Jesus Christ, the line at his door.
Mustache rides.
You know it. You know it. That's nursing home Big Daddy. That's the big kahuna of the nursing home right here.
You were saying?
Let's say you were... Gonna move
55
on?
plus. Bring them thighs in here, girl.
Let's
55 thighs?
Let's say you were trying to fix up a parent or grandparent with somebody. I wouldn't know if I should fix them up with somebody who is like their old partner.
Ooh.
Or, like, I wouldn't know what they're looking for at this point in their life in terms of, like, what they want out of a partner.
Well, I guess...
Because I almost feel like people are just like, hey, you're old. Hey, you're old, too. Why don't you sit down and go on a date? And I'm sure it'll work out perfectly. I mean, that's not, like, the case.
No, but I mean...
Just because you're two, people who haven't met anybody.
Right.
Once you get to a certain age, you kind of run out of the ability to be particular.
Do you think you
run
lose
out of
your
choices.
Yeah, but do you think you lose your pickiness over time? I mean, when
don't
you...
know. You want to get banged or not? That's what I tell my grandma.
We try to put her into a used car. What if it also there's another aspect to this.
Yeah.
So let's say your father passes. That's the way it usually goes, and Ma's still around.
Gotcha.
And she falls for a guy
Okay.
who's nothing like your father,
Ooh.
and she is just in heaven. What does that say about that old relationship? It's like all of a sudden, like. Guy don't look anything like your daddy.
Yeah.
And she's like, oh, my God, this man is just the love of my life. It would kind of disturb you a little bit.
I feel like that happens a lot, probably, right?
No,
Because
but
you may
you
be
also start
looking for
thinking
different
about-
things at that age, and I don't know.
No, I mean, look,
trying to, you might be, you know what? I'm gonna go for something completely out of my comfort zone, or somebody that's completely different than I've dated in the past.
No, but I kind of get what he's saying, right? Like, I mean, you would have to come to a reckoning at like 50, 55, 60 that maybe that your
that
mother...
wasn't a loving relationship that they were just in a relationship.
Yes, and if your mother had better options, maybe she would have gone somewhere else.
Oh, I'm totally convinced my mother would.
I'm convinced your mother was cheating on your father based on what she let me do to her. Ow! Kept her living real long, buddy.
She would have been dead.
Yeah. Tried to bring her back. 252-WCMF, 252-9263. Again, we're talking about a new study that says we should be encouraging old people to have sex. Not like encouraging, like, hey, you go for it. Like actually physically helping them to do it. And I'll get to that in a sec. There's further stuff in this study, but folks have been waiting patiently. Let's talk to John. Hey, John, you're on CMF. What's going on?
Hey, You guys are cracking me up. I love you guys. I got 9 brothers and sisters.
Jesus, your poor
Irish
mother. She
Catholic.
bow-legged?
Well, not anymore. She's up there in heaven with my dad, but
Yeah, that's where they all go here.
we all go somewhere. But I remember coming home from school one time, and I'm trying to do homework, and I hear him in there, and I'm like, whoa, man, I gotta get out of here. But with 9 brothers and sisters, I mean, it was before Viagra even came out. I mean, so when my dad went, he got a prescription of that stuff and went to the pharmacist, and he ordered, pharmacist goes, man, at your age and this stuff, my dad goes, yeah, I'd like you to just cut the pills into 4 tiny pieces, each one. And he's like, man, at your age, I'm in tremendous hope for me yet. He goes, but why do you want them cut in 4 tiny pieces? Because I just want it hard enough so I don't pee on my sneakers.
Oh, I'm sorry, your phone broke up at the end there. What'd you say, John?
He had the Viagra cut in 4 tiny pieces because he said he didn't want to pee on his sneakers.
I'm sorry, but your phone's killing me, man. What you say? He cut it up into 4 tiny pieces for what?
So he didn't pee on his sneakers.
Because he was feeling weaker?
No. He didn't want to pee on his sneakers.
John, I can't. I'm sorry, buddy, but thanks for the call. I really appreciate it. All right, just a tip. All right, and this is for dinner parties or barbecues.
There you go. Well, we're coming up to that season.
Before you go, if you got a joke to tell, set your phone timer and tell it to nobody.
Right.
And if it goes over 45 seconds, never tell that joke again for the rest of your life. Is that a fair statement?
The 45-second rule.
You got a 45-second book joke
to get to it.
You got it. If you go over 45 seconds, get the hell out.
Okay.
Okay. This study, going back to this, it also suggests creating a whole new section of medical professionals, Tommy. Sexual care providers for the elderly. Folks that would actually show the elderly,
therapists.
Well, some therapy and some actual physical, showing them how to do this.
What do you mean showing them?
Well, as you get older,
there
are things you should and shouldn't do.
What are you showing me?
Well,
who are you showing me on?
Bones I'm sure there's diagrams and pictures. I don't think you're getting mounted by someone in scrubs.
No, but I mean, are they watching you touch? Or I don't know.
Well, I don't know. Maybe there's pornography that would help them out with this. I mean, look, bones get brittle. There are certain positions you shouldn't do. There are heart situations. There are stroke potential.
Sure.
Right?
Your basic health issues that can prevent you. Yeah.
Yes, and I mean, God forbid your mother dies because she breaks a hip banging. That would be a thing that could happen.
Yeah, it could. But what a way to go, baby.
Well, that's what the study says, though, that they believe that some of these elderly folks are not having sex because they're worried that they physically can't do it, and they can. They just need to be shown ways that are healthier.
All right. So you need an orthopedic banging bed.
Yeah, maybe.
With rails and everything and grips.
Yeah. Maybe.
Okay.
Right?
All right.
I mean, look, as gross as this all is, right? Thinking about your parents or your grandparents at that age doing this thing. The good thing about this, if it's something that gains momentum over the next couple of years, it benefits everybody under the age of 50. Because sex is good. You should have it. The stigma of casual sex, if you are now widowed or a widower, would be gone. And maybe eventually we all live in old folks' home sex dens where we're getting it on 24/7.
Well, I would think as each generation ages, people become more open about that. I just think because, people are less religious, you know what I mean? That was what, kept a lot of marriages together and a lot of loyalty in marriages, especially after that person passed, right? So,
well, I mean, to your point, people that are in their 70s and 80s now would have been coming of age in the 60s.
Yeah.
Free love time.
They were wide open back then. Grimy hippie sex. Downtown sex.
Downtown sex.
Oh, yeah.
So, maybe you're right, Kimmy. Maybe all this discussion is for nothing, and these people are actually having casual sex in their 70s and 80s.
Well, didn't we see the rise of sexually transmitted diseases in these 50-plus communities?
That's been a story for 15 years.
Yeah, but I mean, those.
Oh no, not 50. Elderly homes.
Yeah, but I mean, it starts at 55-plus.
Well, yeah, you guys are filthy. You're all disgusting.
Well, you saw our album covers, and we were gross, hairy and pubed up.
It's Thursday. You know what that means?
Hairy and pubed up.
Yeah, that. We got Bitch Voice Theater also coming at you. And this weekend, it's a festival that has become bigger than I think anyone anticipated. Because this used to be just something for the locals.
Yeah.
Right? You showed up, you had a good time. Maybe you got some fried dough and you bought a wine bottle that has been melted into a cheese cutting board.
Yeah.
But now, man, This town has done a really good job of exposing itself to the rest of the greater Rochester area.
It's Mardi Gras.
It's an entertainment destination.
Oh, yeah.
And with an entertainment destination can come some folks that maybe change what this festival has been.
Oh, yeah, buddy.
We'll get into it.
Right.
Next, here in the break room on 96.5 WCMF. big event this weekend.
Oh, yeah.
One that folks on this side of town look forward to every year. But what they look forward to and what they'll be getting may not be the same thing.
All right.
Because as this village becomes one of the hottest entertainment spots in the greater Rochester area, change can show up. How people act and how some high-end people feel about what they're seeing.
Okay.
You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5, WCMF. We'll get to that in just a second, but it's Thursday. If you want to hurt someone in this room, you can't call them short or stupid or say that they look like a raisin dressed up like Bob Dylan from the 60s.
Raisin in the sun. That's a good tune. I think I'll write that one down.
You got to really hurt someone.
I want to walk around like I just came out of the Olympic gift shop and I put everything on. I just blew my paycheck on because I wanted everybody to think I'm a little busted Parisian Olympiad. Why don't you go jump in the Seine with the mayor and swim in the pool? Just like the mayor.
We take all your bitch voices. By the way, just real quick sidebar. I wish you could see the commercial break. There is 30 seconds before we come in every Thursday at 7 o'clock, Tommy and I just silently look each other up and down, and neither of us think we know what the other one is doing, where we're trying to come up with things we can insult each other with. That is what's happening, which leads us to our Bitch Voice Theater now on CMF.
The Break Room now presents Bitch Voice Theater, starring Thomas Muley and accompanied by Patrick Duffy.
Oh, I'm Pat Duffy. I'm going to go out and steal tires at night, but I'm going to do it old school. I'm going to grab my little jack and my flashlight and my tool set because I'm just going to be a hand-jacking little bitch.
Oh, I'm hand-jacking all the time, buddy. Really?
Yeah.
Who?
I can't say.
I'm making a point. I'm going to stick my finger up in the air and do sky thumbs, but when I got to name a name, I'm too scared because I'm
I'm
scared
not
as
going
a
to hurt
bitch.
dumbass people because my Netflix is like $17 almost.
Well, instead of ooh,
Hey, I got it. No big deal. I'm Pat Duffy. I think I'm a good lover because every morning I make love to my little cup of yogurt because I'm just a licking little bitch.
The way you watch me lick that lip
You do it right in front of me. You
I'm listening and I'm laughing. I live on Kilbourne.
Aw, Pat Duffy. Tommy's got a picture of my little weenie on his telephone, and I'm scared because I used to be a little weenie flashing little bitch.
I'll call you a sissy ass bitch. Shut it! I can't hit a ball straight, and I can't use my hands, and my short game sucks, and he might as well wear a dress in the course next week because he's a bitch ass knockoff of the last bitch. Oh, that's not true.
No, it is, because you always make fun of my little outfit. Tommy's got little pockets. Tommy's little bitch pockets. He doesn't have any money all the time. Lives in his wife's house. Doesn't make any money. Hasn't had a raise in 30 years.
And that concludes this rendition of Bitch Voice Theater.
Fairport Canal Days kicks off this weekend.
Oh, boy, what a party.
I know it's been going on for years, Tommy. It does feel like the last 5 or 10, and maybe Kimmy could speak more to this because you actually sometimes go out there and have beers.
yeah, I haven't been in the last few years though.
Okay.
It's getting douchier every year.
The last 5 or 10 years, it's become a festival that people from all over the greater Rochester area are flocking to, as opposed to just the Fairport people that
Right.
used to be.
Here
Right.
come the Whole Food hipsters.
It seemed like a more exclusive festival back a couple years ago, maybe.
I
It was
think
all
so.
arts and
now it's-
crafts.
Well,
It was.
No, I just think it was more for. I think like more local people went and enjoyed it, and
But here come the booze bags.
well, no, I mean there are always people at the bars there.
And by the
no?
way, you know who's coming too this year, too?
that? Who's
the
coming?
green set's coming, too.
the green
Are
set.
you talking about Team Toki Toke?
Oh, Toki Toke's going to be around.
So as we've talked about on the show before, Kimmy,
Yeah.
Fairport has made itself a great East Side place to have a good time. They got fantastic restaurants and bars. They got the picturesque canal.
By the way, I just want to point out it is so hard for him to sit through us talking up Fairport, Mr. Pittsford Canal guy.
Look, you have to admit that Fairport is now the place to be on the East Side.
Yeah, we don't want the riffraff.
Is that what you don't want?
Yes.
But look, and that to Tommy's point, and actually, no, I take that back. Kimmy,
Yeah.
Fairport has become a place that 20-somethings want to go to enjoy themselves.
Yeah, it kind of seems like the younger crowd has shifted to Fairport for that kind of like nightlife scene in
Yeah.
a way. Yeah.
All right, so the phone number is 252-WCMF, 252-9263. Tommy, you're the resident East Sider, but you also hate Fairport, so maybe we don't get an accurate reading here. Has or will Fairport Canal Days change based on the entertainment and the younger kids that are going to have a good time?
Well, it would have to. I mean, just naturally, just because the vibe has changed down there.
Okay, this is the second day in a row you
Vibe.
used vibe.
You know what I'm talking
You're
about.
too old to use the word vibe, man.
You're going to get two types. You're going to get the young set
Okay.
and the older set that think there's still the young set.
Yes.
So you're going to get like that 40 from the 21 to 45 that think they're the same person.
Okay, all right. Well, then,
And you're going to hate that 45-year-old.
but there's also a third set. There are still the grandmas and grandpas
Yeah.
walking around looking at shepherds.
But they're in and out early.
Families.
The family stuff, they're early.
So
that happy hour going down at 3, 4 o'clock to get your drink on, the old set's gone.
Okay, but see, here's the thing. That's the way it used to be, right?
Yeah.
Like folks would start drinking later. Now, I would make the argument that Fairport Canal Days has replaced Park Ave Fest.
Oh, yeah.
Right? Like when it comes, okay, is that
Well,
a fair
something
statement?
had to. I mean, where'd all that energy go?
And when it
in
comes,
terms of the crowd and the things that people are going there to do, you know what I mean? Because it's the craft scene. It's like that kind of
Oh, yeah.
festival arts and crafts scene. But it's also I'm also gonna like hit up a couple bars along the way too.
Crafts
Yeah.
and craft beer.
okay, but that's just it. Like you say 3, 4 o'clock when the happy hour scene. I think it happens earlier than
Yeah,
that.
I do
you
too.
you would go to Park Ave Fest and there would be kids popping beers at 10 a.m.
Yeah.
Right. But I'm
Right.
thinking like that
It's an
older
all-day
set and
party.
those families are gone. Yeah.
No, but I'm saying like, yeah, they'll be there at 10, 11, 12, 1, 2 when,
Yeah.
like Kimmy said, if it's an all-day party
Yeah.
now you're having the mix of the 22, 23, 24
I mean, this is
year-olds.
what you want. I mean, that's what you want for a festival, right?
Is it?
Yeah. I mean, obviously, you're trying to draw old peoples down there to check out your town. That's the only reason you do this crap.
But I do wonder. You're right. That is probably the goal for the festival.
Yeah,
but
the
are like the
businesses.
people that live around it? Like, are they happy about it? Like, are they welcoming?
As it gets bigger, I think they're going to hate it. Because that's just, they're not going to like the noise, the trash,
The
size of
traffic.
the crowds, people driving on their lawns, knocking over mailboxes. Your dog's pregnant. I mean, it's going to be bad.
All right, to the people that live in Fairport, go to Fairport Canal Days, 252 WCMF. Has it changed the last couple of years, right? Because I wasn't even really aware of this thing until like 5-10
Yeah,
years
until
ago.
like the last, to your point, 5 years. Like, I just think it's grown so much in that time. Whereas people that I know that, again, I always just thought it was kind of like a local, smaller
It was.
festival. And now it's drawing people from all over the greater
The
Rochester area.
bands probably go longer now, right? More music.
Well, they
yeah.
actually break it down into 2 separate events. So it actually starts Friday night with a chicken barbecue and what they call Canal Nights. So the Fairport Canal Festival goes from 10 to 6 Saturday, 10 to 5 Sunday. But Canal Nights runs like 7 to 9, 7 to 11 after that.
Oh, wait. Every night?
Every night. Friday and Saturday, not Sunday.
Oh, that's where the problem is.
But here's the thing.
It's the nightlife. Ain't no good life.
It sounds like Fairport is trying to separate the two, right? Like you
Yeah.
can get your partying done here and we can have our day fun here. But if the
Right.
bars are going to be open,
It's all going to
Yeah.
bleed into one big bash.
that's
right?
what I'm saying, man. It is kind of funny to think about like a bunch of East Side 20-somethings in polo shirts like getting wild out in Fairport. Right?
But they
But,
do.
but to your point, they'd be on Park Ave. It's that same
Yeah.
group that would be, living and partying on Park Ave at that age.
I mean,
I think-
I mean, if you're a young guy, you got to love this stuff.
No, I hear you, man. Let's put on our Oak Hill PGA Championship hats and go get wild in the
But
vibe.
think of all the young talent down there you're going to be scoping with your boys.
God, okay.
Scoping with the boys.
He's got vibes that he's scoping the young talent with the boys.
You don't think that's a thing?
Were you watching like a teen drama from 2000 last night?
But
the
that,
hell's
what,
wrong-
did
Okay.
did they move it? It's the same parts from when I was a kid.
I will.
They're just shaved. You got a better view than I had at that age.
I will say I've been out in Fairport a handful of times, and it was the first time in my life where I felt old at a bar in the suburbs.
And you're not old.
Nah, she's old.
No, I'm old
Look
now.
at her, man.
Because usually, like, you would think, like, you go to these neighborhood bars and, like, you're going to get, like, a mix of families and people that live out that way. And it's not going to be, like, a, young adults kind of scene.
Scope it out the hunt.
And I remember, like, as people were
Sound
walking
like a
in,
bad guy from Karate Kid.
I remember as people were walking in, I was like, I am too old to be here right now.
Okay, so
But
there's...
you are dressed for. You're definitely dressed for Canal Days right now.
Am I? I don't know.
That whole outfit.
You're wearing a sweater. What are you talking
All
about?
you need is a stroller.
What? No, but see, there's the disconnect because
Yeah.
Tommy still has this idea of what Canal Days
Yeah.
used to be.
Well,
like
it used to be high-end stroller mom.
And that's just it. You have this idea like it'll be a bunch of, 30 to 40-year-olds with their kids having a craft beer or two,
Right.
and that's wild to you. I'm telling you, man, like, to Kimmy's point, kids are staying and living at their parents' homes longer.
Yeah.
Right? So those kids that used to live on Park Ave are no longer living on Park Ave. They are living in their parents' house. Those kids still live in Fairport with their government-subsidized porches,
And
right?
here they come. So they're all coming down.
They're coming out. It ain't going to be craft beers with high-end strollers. It's 22 to 23-year-olds running around.
And you're going to hate that. And you know the town folk got to hate it. that element.
But it is, but look at how much that area has grown because of all the business they've got.
Yeah.
I mean, it's a double-edged sword, I guess.
Well, it's what killed East Avenue. East Avenue had 3 of these, and then the old people went down there with money, built those condos, bitched about the noise, and they shut it down.
No, but what's interesting about this is it's going the opposite way. The money came in first. They built all these nice houses, right? Because Fairport only really within the last 20 years has become a high-end area. Is that a fair statement?
I guess. Yeah.
I never thought of Fairport as like super nice until 25 years ago. That money came in first. They built all the nice stuff first, and then the kids came in.
But these people may start hating the noise, the problems,
The lack of parking.
Well,
if they have any issues with these kids.
it's also really easy to hate East Side 20-somethings.
Yeah.
Let's be real here.
But I mean,
But I
listen,
don't even know if
everyone-
it's just East Side 20-somethings. I feel like there are, like, I wonder if you ask, like, the average Uber driver how often they're bringing people in from outside of Fairport
West side?
into Fairport on the weekends.
can't-
I
what
bet
would
you that number has increased a lot.
What would that Uber cost to drive from Gates, Grease, Child all
You
the
get
way out
in
to
with a group,
Fairport?
I guess. You split it. I don't know.
you get all your boys together.
People aren't really taking. Come on.
We know a guy.
But that was for a big event, though, wasn't it?
No, he does this a lot.
Oh, he does? We
yeah.
do? Who is it?
Yeah, down the hall.
Get the hell out of here.
Yeah.
Really?
We've talked about because we were always like, how did you get there?
You're right, but that guy's sad. He's a sad, sad man. 252 WCMF 252-9263. We got Facebook messages coming in talking about Canal Days out in Fairport this weekend. It used to be just crafts, shepherd's hooks, old folks walking around with high-end strollers, that kind of vibe. Now that it's become like this entertainment strip district, right in Fairport, Park Ave Fest is now gone.
Yeah.
Starting to get a little crazy.
This is it.
Facebook message from John. John says, I've noticed it get wilder, not out of control, just more drinking and a younger crowd the last few years. I wish it was like that 10 years ago when I was that age.
Yeah.
Oh, you see
But
the
you have
jealousy
your
there.
own spot. I think every few years that spot changes for the younger crowd.
You think it's more or less expensive to drink in Fairport than it was on Park Ave back in the day?
Oh, probably more. I mean,
think
just
so?
because those places are newer.
And they're
a
pretty
lot
high
of them
end, aren't
that
they?
the kids are going to.
Do you hear yourself
I
right
did.
now?
I said.
Do
I
you
heard
hear
as
yourself
it
right
was
now?
coming out.
But those joints are pretty high end. Even though they're like beer joints, they're not cheap.
Well,
They have a mix, I guess.
Yeah. I mean, there's every
but I would
town
think
has
like the
dive
older
bars.
set is at those hole in the wall places.
You think so?
Yeah,
think-
because
I
they
don't
have a
know.
few of those
Yeah.
in Fairport.
I don't know. Kids love shiny new things, man.
Right. That's what I'm saying.
Oh, you're saying the older
going.
folks
the
are-
old-
okay.
Yeah,
Yeah, they're going
yeah.
to be at the older joints, the old haunts.
But that's probably the cheaper place to drink,
Right.
right? So
Yeah.
now you're fighting like the money that I have versus like the cool new stuff. What do I want to do? You probably going cool new stuff. You think
Yeah.
all the chicks will be there?
Yeah, you're not going to want to go where my old ass is sitting. You're
No.
going to go over the honey.
No.
Money follows the honeys.
Chet writes us on Facebook.
Oh, Chet, that's a perfect name for a Fairport honey chasing douche.
Here's what you need to know for Canal Days,
Yeah,
Chet writes. Chet says, great place to have a drink, listen to music, terrible place to meet women. They're all stuck up and they want nothing to do with guys. Oh, is that a thing?
No, that's a loser that swung and missed, but his buddy scored.
Well, I've never tried to
Like,
pick.
I want to know how many guys made out in Chet's back seat of his car while he had to sit at the bar.
I love how
Hey,
you...
Chet, let me have your keys, man. I think I got something on the
Bro,
hook.
this isn't Lords of Flatbush. Nobody does that. What are you talking about?
There's a lot of creeping into the car.
Shut up, man. All right, hold on. Let's back this up a little bit.
Yeah.
So Chet says that you can't meet women in Fairport.
Because they're too stuck up.
That's
Every guy we know that came home empty.
I've never tried
Chicks
to...
are all bitches at that bar, man. Yeah, it's changed.
Well, here's the thing. Have you ever tried to pick up a woman in Fairport? I haven't.
No.
I never have.
No.
Is that a thing, Kimmy?
What do you mean?
Are women in Fairport more
I don't
stuck
think
up?
that these women that are going to these bars are from Fairport necessarily.
They're coming
Okay.
from all over.
So
Yeah.
then why, according to Chet, is it harder to meet
I don't
women in
know.
Fairport than in other places?
Maybe it's Chet.
Well, no, but if, okay.
Maybe we could. Don't chet yourself up before you go to the festival.
Okay, he was going to try and rhyme, and he just ran out of landing space.
I
and
got
he finished
close.
the sentence.
I got
no, it wasn't
close.
even close. Chet and up in festival.
Don't chet yourself up.
When you go to the festival?
Yeah.
That's close?
Yeah.
Okay. No, man, like if Chet is getting laid other places and it's
He
hardest in
ain't.
Fairport.
Because he'd be
I know.
at those places.
Yeah, that's a great
If he
point.
was getting action, he wouldn't. Why would you leave that place where you're getting action?
Well, because Rochester's a small town city, right? You keep going to the same place over and over again.
I-
Eventually, you run out of holes. Am I wrong? Don't look at me like that after everything you've said this morning. You told a story about your father.
You are raising daughters.
For God's
Yeah,
sakes, man.
yeah, that didn't sound right
You
coming
told a
out.
story about
It didn't sound right coming from you.
That's right.
I'm disappointed.
Don't you shut up over there.
Stay in
Old
your
woman
creepy
hanging out
lane.
with kids over at
That's where the
TikTok.
kids are going.
Shut up. I don't know. Like,
So you think that you can't get laid there because they're all stuck
I'm
up.
not saying that. I am asking, after Chet says what he says, if that's a legitimate thing. Are there other towns in the greater Rochester area where it's harder to meet women?
Even if the
Are
chicks
the,
were
are the
stuck
bars
up.
just? Do they have better lighting so they can see what Chet looks like?
Ooh,
Is
there
that
you
part
go.
of the problem?
Why are we hurting Chet? I don't
Shit
think...
just look good like under fluorescent lights.
Yeah.
Hold on. I'm going to go
Maybe
back.
a dimmer setting helps Chet out.
And even if they were all stuck up, right? By 10 o'clock at night, if she's been out partying all day,
Yeah.
she ain't stuck up no more.
Yes, she is.
Bro,
Shut up, man.
how many lemon shots have you done?
Are you serious right now? Oh, thank you for saving what I said. I appreciate that.
You know once the booze starts flowing,
You're missing all the creepy things he's saying, Kimmy. You're
And-
missing that.
you know,
Come back and listen to him.
the vibe changes,
The
my
vibe-
man.
Shut up. You're done. You've used all your vibes for the day. You are out of vibes. No more vibes. 252 WCMF, 252-9263. All right. Maybe we can get an answer here.
I think we got it.
Again, we're
I
talking
don't think we've solved anything.
Fairport Canal Days. It's become wildly popular outside of Fairport the last 5 to 10 years. It's, you got all that entertainment district down there now,
Oh, yeah.
bars, all that stuff. Are we going to get a wilder crowd? Not to mention, Chet just wrote, Chet, you're right, it's such a douchey day.
Yeah.
Chet wrote that he said Canal Days is great to have a drink and listen to music. Terrible place to meet women. Quote, they're all stuck up and want nothing to do with guys. Let's talk to Stephanie. Hey, Stephanie, you're on CMF. What's up?
Yes, I was just calling. My daughter is 24, and she goes out quite a bit with her friends to Fairport. I was surprised when I heard it, but when the crime increased in the city, they all just kind of ventured out. And we live in Spencerport, so that's a bit of a drive. But she said it's a really fun time.
All right.
Young crowd, fun.
Would Chet call her stuck up?
Not at 10 o'clock at night.
I don't think so.
She goes from honey to raw honey.
For God's sakes, man.
We're just having fun.
But yeah, I think it's just become that new bar scene, that used to be the Park Ave area. You're right.
It sounds like
the
a
crime
fun
kinda
time,
increased
man.
And they moved out.
Well, so Stephanie, does your 24-year-old daughter still live at your house?
Yes.
Okay, so there you go. I mean, if she was, this is, 15 years ago, if she could move out, she'd be living on Park Ave and having that fun. You know what I mean?
Agreed. I agree. I think it's just changing.
All right. Well, hey, Stephanie, did you grow up here?
Yes.
When you were a kid, what bar did you go to the most?
All of them.
Probably Lloyd's.
Oh,
Alexander Street.
man, Lloyd's was nothing but trouble, honey. How much fun did you have in that parking lot?
Not in the parking lot. I'm not that type of girl.
Yeah, she's classy.
Every girl at Lloyd's said that.
Shut up, Tommy. You're such a bitch. By the way, like you would know about anything in the parking lot.
I
Like
know.
any woman would leave with you, period. Let alone do something with you in a parking lot.
Yeah.
Stephanie, thank you for the call. I really appreciate it.
Have a good one.
Have
Bye.
a good rest of the day. Like you couldn't even do anything in the backseat of a car because your shirts were so goddamn loud. The cops were coming immediately.
So her daughter is going from Spencerport to Fairport.
Yeah.
I mean, I think that
With her
that's
crew.
Well, you can take the canal. I hear they got a barge that goes back and forth. Wait a minute.
What?
Oh, that would be a hell of a business.
Is that our $1 million idea?
Like a water taxi almost.
Drinking barge.
Man.
Yeah. How they haven't put that, tied it up right there and give people rides up and down a canal, like booze cruise.
Still relatively new.
I mean, imagine how many douchebags you'd be fishing out of that canal. Like the Coast Guard would have to put a station on that canal.
That could be our $1 million because you're going
Yeah.
Rockport, Spencerport,
Yeah.
Pittsford. You
Hitting
can
it
stop
Hit
all
all the
those
ports,
stops
man.
along the way.
Oh boy,
Bro, that's our idea. That's our $1 million idea.
you should do it.
Well, you
I
could-
would have definitely taken that as a kid.
The break room barge.
All right.
There you go.
Guys, we're doing
It's
it.
just a barge.
All right. Hey, anybody listening, we need $7 million in capital.
Anybody got a barge?
You get 10% of the business. Well, all right, let's take a
Tommy
break.
could finally be the captain he's always wanted to become.
Oh, no, we can't get the liability insurance if he's captain.
Well, we could just call him captain. He wouldn't actually have any responsibilities.
I don't know, Kim. He doesn't have captain vibes. Let's take a break. There is a gentleman east of us who is in some trouble
Okay.
after an incident at the Memorial Day Parade on Monday.
Oh,
Did
yeah.
you see this story?
No.
Oh,
How
boy.
bad?
Well, here's the thing. Thank God
But
everybody...
that's like a daytime event.
I know.
What the hell they do?
Everybody's okay. Everybody's okay. But there are 3 potential motives for what this guy is accused of.
All right.
None of them great.
This is a first.
We'll get into it next here in the break room on 96.5 WC. This is a story that could have been a hell of a lot scarier than it turned out to be.
Oh.
And if the allegations are true, as crazy as they are, there has to be a motive, Tommy.
Yeah, I'd like to know what, though.
A potential motive that in no way would make this person, by the way, look any better.
It's a parade.
Well,
what's your issue, man?
There's 3 potential issues.
Okay.
You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5, WCMF. Why not watch what we're doing?
Or watch us talk.
You can do that, or you can check out Tommy's super cool outfit today.
What's wrong with my turtleneck?
You look like somebody's giving birth to you. Log on to the Odyssey app, WCMF.com, YouTube or Twitch. Our live stream is up. It is running. You can get us on YouTube and Twitch at the Break Room WCMF. Like, subscribe. All of that brought to you by our good friends at Three Heads. And it's back. Seabree Summer Ale.
Oh, you love this stuff.
It's my favorite thing that Three Heads does. Crisp and delicious. And last year, I won a day pass to Seabreeze in a box that I bought.
No kidding.
Yeah, there's a ticket right in the box. I opened it up. I'm like, hey, look at that.
Wow.
So head on over to Three Heads. Get Seabreeze Summer Ale. I believe it is available on all the stores as well. So check that out. And you're welcome from your friends here in the break room on CMF. You know what town we never talk about?
Which one?
Manchester.
Yeah, I'm not really that sure, man. It's east side, right?
So it's 30 minutes east of downtown. It's near Canandaigua.
Oh.
All right.
And that's
So is
where...
that, like, more
It's got to be
south?
pretty puny.
I think, it's little. It's itty-bitty. On Monday, according to police, a 49-year-old man in Manchester drove his Toyota Camry down West Main Street in the middle of the Memorial Day parade.
Wait, like he crashed it?
No, he didn't crash. Now, here's the
I
thing.
mean, it's usually
Sounds like
blocked.
he was just driving through.
Yeah, he wasn't in the parade. He
Yeah.
just decided
I'm going home.
he's going.
Yeah, I'm using this road, whether you like it or not.
So the good news,
Yeah.
some firefighters from the Manchester Fire Department sprung into action and they stopped the guy before police arrived. The bad news, at least for this guy, he was charged with reckless endangerment and he's got a court date coming up. Now, thank God nobody was hurt in this
Right.
incident, right? But it leaves us here in the break room and all of you folks listening needing to come up with what may have been a motive for these accusations.
Yeah, what was the excuse he gave?
Do we have an age?
49. I literally
Yeah,
said
I
49-year-old
didn't
man.
hear.
No,
I
that's all right. I
was-
should have spoken louder to your face.
Well, you know what it was? You were probably picturing somebody older in your mind. 'Cause
Well,
I
49 is getting into that age. No, it's getting into
49's a new
grumps.
39.
You're getting into the grump.
I was thinking more like 70s,
Yeah.
possibly.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like older, I'm going to do what I want kind of vibe. And I was shocked when it was somebody under the age of 50.
No, I'm with you. When I saw this headline, I was waiting for 70,
Yeah.
80, 90 years old. So I'd like to present
Yeah.
3 potential motives for why this man may have driven into the Manchester Memorial Day Parade.
All right, what do you got?
1, protest. 2, confusion. 3, impatience. And I think we can remove protest right off the bat because it's a military veterans who died in battle
Right,
parade.
right.
Right? I mean, it's military.
Yeah.
I don't know who's going to, protest. Okay.
All right.
So let's start with confusion. Thoughts on confusion?
Why would you be confused on Memorial Day?
I don't know.
If this is a street that you take every day, maybe you just think there's, I don't know how,
Okay.
how
And if you're from
confusion
this
would
town,
play into it.
If you're a Mansfield man,
Or Manchester.
Manchester, wherever the hell it is. I don't know your puny little town, but I'm just saying, a great place. You know, you're a townie. You know, it's the parade. You've been probably going to this since you were a
Unless
little
he's
kid.
not a townie.
He could be not.
What
he-
the hell's he doing down there on Monday if he ain't from that town?
No idea.
Maybe he's going to Cookout Barbecue. Maybe he works in that area and doesn't live in Manchester.
Who's working on Memorial Day? His ass.
Well, what are you talking about? Gas stations are open. Grocery stores are open. There are lots of things open. I love how he ain't working. I don't
Well-
know him, but he ain't working.
Big ass grocery store.
Kimmy, I'm going to talk to you for a little while. All right, what if it was a sparsely attended parade? And I'm serious when I ask that question. 'cause
Well, it
the-
was. The weather was kind of sucked.
You got it. And Manchester is a small town.
Mm-hmm.
Is it possible that this man was unaware that the parade was even happening?
He just thought maybe the street was a little busier than normal.
People were
No.
just walking down the
Yeah.
street.
No,
Why?
because according to what you just told me,
Yes.
he didn't. They had to stop him.
Yes.
The fire department stopped him.
Like as soon as he saw the parade, he didn't stop. He kept going.
Okay, but you.
So
okay.
he's being a dick.
All right, so I'm going to pull back on my personal experience here.
Right.
Some of you may not know, back in the day, I was a bass drummer in a bagpipe band. And we traveled from small town to small
Yeah.
town all summer long, every weekend, and we did parades for festivals, Memorial Days,
Yeah.
and things like that. And there were some
You
parades,
did some of
Tommy-
your best work.
Well, look, I was the best damn bagpipe band bass drummer that ever existed.
Little drummer boy.
But there were some parades we would go to where you may not know there's an actual parade going on. Granted, when the bagpipe band showed up, you would know. But
I mean, come on, man. You see a line, flags, kids, bicycles.
I don't know what they have at the Manchester Memorial Day Parade.
It's the standard stuff, bro.
You give me a better excuse then.
And the guys had to stop him. Like, he didn't, like, they probably said, hey, stop, and he didn't, he went Scheffler on him.
what they did?
I got a tea time. I'm playing in
Scheffler.
a major.
But joke's on you, man. Scheffler had his charges drop yesterday.
Man, how did a rich guy get out of that?
Look, man, I'm presenting
He totally Scheffler.
I'm presenting you a theory, and you can't give me something better than what I'm giving you, so shut up.
So it isn't. Oh, go ahead.
I think he's a dick.
Okay.
It is interesting because we have seen stories similar to this in the past. It doesn't happen often, but I remember like the last one we talked about, they specifically said in the story the person had crossed a barricade that they weren't supposed to.
Yes.
And I'm wondering, like, did this guy go through like a roped off area? Like, was there anything blocking him initially from turning down that street or going down that street?
Because usually
or
they
was it
put
just like you're
signs
supposed
up.
to assume that?
Usually you have cops out there, cones.
Yeah,
stuff.
like was there somebody directing traffic? I wonder like how he got to that point. Like, did he cross over something that was obviously supposed to keep your car from going that way?
Okay, but let's talk about that. Like, I mean, I don't know if Manchester has their own police department. If they do, they probably only have like 2 or 3 cop cars.
I'm sure.
So you're not blocking off streets that way. I mean,
I can
do
see
they
somebody
have
just driving
barricades?
around a few traffic cones thinking, why are these here?
Yeah, and then, oops, I'm in the middle of a parade. I'm in a parade.
But you would think you would immediately stop. And,
I'm not stopping in this parade.
Okay, so then for you then, Tommy, the reason that this man allegedly drove into the Memorial Day parade in Manchester, and not into people, into the parade, was impatience.
They don't have a right to block the roads. I pay for these roads.
Okay, so he was just going to sneak in real quick where he was going.
He was going to zip through. He was going to arrogantly zip through.
So does that make that guy a dick?
Oh, yeah. An arrogant, well, I guess it's the same thing.
Yeah.
A dick.
You didn't even throw out any candy.
We don't know that. So that's not something you've ever thought about doing? I'm just going to zip through this parade real quick. Long enough gap. The marching band's down that way. The fire department ain't here.
I mean, I'm sure I've thought about it, but I'm also a dick.
Age and parades have a strange relationship. We'll get to that in just a second because folks are waiting patiently. 252 WCMF. Again, a 49-year-old man was arrested after police say he drove into the Manchester, near Canandaigua, Memorial Day parade on Monday. Nobody was hurt, but the fire department had to, stop him before the cops got there. Let's talk to Caleb. Hello, Caleb.
Hello, Duffy.
What's up?
So I have to agree with Tommy on this one, as much as I absolutely hate saying that. The guy's 100% a dick. Manchester is definitely a small town. I drive through it all the time, and actually I was driving through it on Monday. I was headed home from a friend's house, and I'm an idiot myself, and I was also slightly hungover. I see they had cop cars, fire trucks with their lights on, had areas blocked off.
Okay. Well, it's weird, though, because I just heard in the break room that nobody from outside of Manchester would ever drive through Manchester on Memorial Day.
We had to get to that big Stop and Shop down there, gas station Orama.
So you're saying it was pretty obvious that there was a parade going on.
Very obvious. I mean, I saw the cop cars, fire trucks with lights, and, it took me 2 seconds, but I was like, oh, yeah, Memorial Day parade. So, guy's 100% a dick.
Look at Caleb. I'm so smart. I know when Memorial Day parades are happening.
And that's a Caleb backing up me.
That's right. Well, I don't know if I want to live in this world anymore. We used to be a proper country where all Calebs disagreed with what you said. Caleb, thanks for the call, buddy. Have a good rest of the day.
See you guys.
All right, there goes Caleb, hungover on Memorial Day, driving home, not through a parade.
That makes sense.
All right, so going back to this, 49-year-old man, which again is a strange age. Age and parades have a weird relationship together because it feels like the older you get, the more you love a parade, where at the same time, the older you get, the more upset you are when a parade shuts down where you have to go.
Yes.
Right? Mm-hmm. So for the old folks listening, which one is it? Do you want a parade or do you not want a parade? Because when you go to a parade, these streets are just lined with older folks sitting in folding chairs, right? They get there early. They want the good spot.
Yep.
They stand up, they salute, they applaud for the fire trucks and the marching bands.
You want a parade with plenty of parking.
So I used to go out to the Cape Cod to see my brother all the time on the 4th of July.
Ooh.
And on Cape Cod, on the Cape Cod Canal, they do a tugboat parade.
Why wouldn't you? Why wouldn't you do that?
It's just a bunch of tugboats that just go chugging on by. My brother loved this because he worked in a shipyard, right?
Yeah, tugboatsman.
So he was a
You
tugboatsman.
loved it too.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
But I never went.
Oh.
He would tell me about it, but we'd never go. I would go to his house, and I would go, hey, are we doing that tugboat thing? He goes, And he loves it. He goes, no, it's too crowded. So he used to go. It got crowded. He won't go anymore.
How crowded could a tugboat parade be?
I don't know. It's a Cape Cod tugboat parade. You probably got every Kennedy extended family member down there.
Wait, the Skakels are down there?
Yes.
252 WCMF 252-9263. Let's talk to a man. He knows this community.
Oh.
And he knows car parts.
All right.
Let's talk to Ben. He's on CMF. Hey, Ben, how are you, buddy?
Pretty good. How you guys doing?
Good. Good to hear from you, buddy.
All right. So, you know, I lived down there that way for a little bit, but I also used to deliver pizzas down there. That street that it's on is lined with houses. So my theory is that this dude, because he's, you know, a little bit older than me, maybe he's getting into that early part of starting to have grandkids. And if he has a daughter, like an emergency came up where he had to leave.
Okay, but see, if that was the case, if it was an emergency, that may have been explained away, right? Like maybe you don't face
He would
charges.
have told it to the responders that had to stop him.
Although that may still be you could still get charged. That may not be an excuse. I mean, it could also be, Ben, like if he lived on the parade route and had to go somewhere, he just said, F it, I'm pulling out, I'll get off
That's
the road.
my driveway.
Right? I'll get out of here as soon as possible.
Also, Manchester Shortsville doesn't have a police department. They have a fire department.
Okay.
It's state police that cover that area.
State police, not even the county sheriff's department.
Ooh, deputy dog on your ass.
But no, that's a small town, man.
Yeah.
When you see
Like,
state
when you
police.
go- When you go down 90, Shortsville, Manchester is the exit after where you would get off for the casino down there.
All right, great. Well, thank you for all of the Manchester information that we could ever need, Ben. We really
No
appreciate
problem,
it.
man. That's
great.
what I'm here for.
Great talk, buddy. Thanks for the call. I appreciate it. We got tweets, Facebook messages coming in. You can always get us at WCMF Break Room on Twitter. Danielle writes us on Twitter. It sounds like he was late for work and just needed to get there. If that's what happened, I don't think he's a bad guy.
I'm guessing being Memorial Day, the odds of he was working are low, considering how many businesses are shut down outside of, like, service.
Well, I guess there would be probably businesses open on that street, though,
Yeah,
if you're going to
all
have that many people walking around,
I don't know,
right?
small town.
What
though.
businesses open on Memorial Day where you have to get to it
In
during
the parade,
your...
yeah.
That wouldn't make any sense. Like, hey, man, you have to be here at 9 o'clock. By the way, there's a parade.
What do you want from me, man?
It doesn't make any sense, bro.
Okay, well, you
and
yell
most
at-
of these parades don't even go off till 10, 11 o'clock in the morning. You start your job at 11 o'clock on a
What
Monday
if he does?
holiday.
Like, I love
and they're open and expect you to be there and beat a parade to be at your job.
Man who works from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. wants to talk about odd-hour jobs and how they don't exist. Shut up. And by the way, we work on several holidays that a lot of people
And
have
people
off.
hate it.
We work on Columbus Day, and if they were to do a Columbus Day parade in Pittsford, you would have to drive through that to get home at 10 o'clock in the morning. Would you not?
No, I would be patient. I would wait patiently.
Okay.
And patriotically.
You would have your wife holding your chair for you so you can go out there and clap
yeah.
for the fire trucks.
Oh, yeah.
Yes! Yes! We got Facebook messages coming in. You can always get us at WCMF for the Break Room Facebook page. Again, a 49-year-old man out in Manchester near Canandaigua arrested after police say he drove through the Memorial Day parade on Monday. Nothing. This man did not hurt anybody, but the fire department had to stop him. Blaine writes us on Facebook, my friends and I used to try and sneak our cars into the Nun Day Fun Day parade as a joke. Maybe that's what he was doing. Like just drive your cars into the parade without telling anyone?
But that's what a kid would do, not a
Yeah.
49-year-old man.
We know some 49-year-old, you know, be funny. You want to be in the parade?
Like you hop in, and you'd hop in like at the end of the parade. That'd be your easiest.
Well, no, but
I
then
don't know
you
if
would
this is-
also possibly hit people with your cars.
No, I'm saying like if that was your goal to be sneak into the parade, you're not going to hop right in the middle. It's going to be obvious.
That's not a thing. By the way, Blaine is the most Nunday name I've ever heard in
Yes.
my life. Like
We've had a Blaine and a Caleb today.
in the same break.
Yes.
Like when I hear the name Blaine from Nunday, I assume that he has 12 siblings, that his mother only wears denim dresses wherever she goes.
So very old school family?
Yeah, and she's never taken a plane, but she will take a train.
So that's a very religious family.
That's what I'm thinking.
Okay.
A guy named Blaine from Nunday.
Yeah, that's got deep religious roots.
252 WCMF. We'll take one more call before we move on. We've gotten nowhere with this. Right? No theories.
I think I've kind of cracked it, but you keep crapping on it.
I mean, I guess it's possible, but it just doesn't make sense in such a small town. You're going to get in trouble. Why would you do that? Mark's got the last word on CMF. Hey, Mark, how are you, buddy?
Hey, fellas. Hey, so I used to have a tugboat. When you guys are talking about the tugboats, I had it around the canal.
Get the hell out of here.
Well, I mean, it was a pontoon boat, but when your mom was on it, it was a tugboat.
You don't even get it. You're just laughing.
Oh,
'cause you
she
said
was
my
tugging
mom.
all right.
Shut
She was
up.
tugging on Mark.
Shut
I
up.
hear she had a lot of torque in those wrists.
Great to talk to you, buddy. Great to talk to you. There goes Mark. Why not leave on a high? Dick. There was a gentleman, a young gentleman, who we've talked about on the show before.
Oh.
He had a big opportunity in front of him. His situation actually became a subject of Hate Mail of the Week. So this will be the third time this kid done good has come up on this show. And oh boy, did he do good.
Really?
He went to an international competition.
Oh, yeah, it was yesterday, right?
Yeah, well, it started yesterday.
Yeah.
It started, yesterday.
Well, they started peeling off yesterday. I saw that.
So here's the thing. He's all
Bro,
done.
it looks tough.
He's all done. He's done.
Bro, I saw some of them words. Don't make no sense.
Saw some of them words?
Bro, there were some words that had like 3 D's in them.
Okay. Short of winning the whole effing thing, which is borderline impossible for someone from our area, he had the best case scenario.
Okay.
And we'll explain next here at the Break Room on 96.5 WCMF. There's a lot of pressure on this kid let me try that again. A lot of pressure on this kid.
Oh, yeah.
Right in our backyard.
But think about it. Like, nobody likes to speak in public.
Nope.
And then you get judged immediately for speaking in public.
There's a bell involved.
Yeah, that is so demeaning. And the way she does it is so twatty.
Okay, for God's sakes, man.
Well, that's a word, isn't it?
I don't know. How do you spell it?
Use it in a sentence.
Your mom is twatty.
Twartty.
What? Why would there be an R in twatty? Look.
Twarty?
Twarty.
Short of winning the whole freaking thing, which was borderline impossible, this kid had the best case scenario.
Yeah, and you know the kid that's going to win.
You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5 WCMF. A few weeks ago, we told you about 8th grader Ryan Creary. He is from Penn Yan, and he won the Finger Lakes region spelling bee.
Yeah.
Came out of his school, came out of his district, came out of his region. So he qualified for the Scripps National Spelling Bee in Washington, D.C. Him and his family went out, and it started, I believe, yesterday. Ryan gave them a show.
Really?
Yes, he did. Ryan made it all the way to the quarterfinals of the Scripps National Spelling Bee.
All right.
Ryan went 4 rounds before he was eliminated yesterday. We don't know what word he was eliminated on, but let's all assume that none of us in this room could spell it.
Nope.
Or ever heard of it.
Yes.
Or know what it means.
Because we know that he won on facile here in...
Facile?
Facile, here in upstate New York. Can you spell facile?
I don't even know what a facile is. Is it an animal?
I don't know, actually. Yeah, it's like a seal, but a fatter seal.
Well, that would be a facile.
A facile. Hell of a run for this young man in our area doing our region.
I mean, that's something you kind of get to brag about your whole life. It's like a fun fact you can always use about yourself.
It is
the rest
and it
of your
isn't.
life.
Because at first, if I meet somebody that says, yeah, I was in
Well,
that
they're not going to
spelling bee.
lead with that.
No, but let's say you find out.
Okay.
How far'd you go?
Quarterfinals.
That's impressive.
Who'd you lose to?
Well, a lot of other
Kid from
people.
India?
Oh, for God's sakes, man.
They're the Kenyans of spelling.
You know, you got to wonder for like this kid and all the kids from all over the country, and there are some from other countries too, so it's actually an international event.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah, neither did I until yesterday. When these kids go, in their head, what is the best case scenario for them? Because winning it is a tall task.
But
right?
every kid's got to think he can win it.
I don't know. Like we talked last time this kid came up about how there are kids who study year-round, hours a day, with just spelling special private tutors. And if you don't believe us, there was a documentary called Spellbound, which follows like 5 of these kids, like 25 years ago, and it is insane.
So they interviewed a little girl yesterday on the news, and she's still in it, and she studies, and I can't believe this, 12 hours a day.
There's no way.
Leading up to, but she looks like that kind of kid that is like that driven, nerdy kid.
Okay.
It's just something she enjoys in a way.
Yeah,
right?
it's like her life. So that kid thinks she's winning it.
Okay. Well,
I think
guess-
every kid goes into something at that level thinking that they're going to... I mean, you're going to picture yourself winning it all, right?
Okay, maybe you imagine yourself, you allow yourself to imagine yourself holding the trophy over your head. But you also have like a minimum. As long as I do X, I'm going to walk
You
away
think
happy.
a kid has that?
I did when I was that age with sports and stuff.
But if you got to that point, don't you think like, well, I've made it this far?
I would already have major imposter syndrome at that point. Like I should be
But you
here.
got invited
I
to the
don't know.
big dance, man. Like,
Yeah.
it's the word Super Bowl.
And I think that...
It kind of is for them. This is their Super Bowl. This is as good as it gets.
Okay.
I think that also goes for any kid that's made it to like that kind of level in sports or whatever other activities they're in. I think you make it to like that far into like a quarterfinals situation. I think every kid thinks they're going to make it to that championship.
So one kid lost. I showed this yesterday, and he'd gotten pretty high up.
Yeah.
And he started to cry.
Well, yeah.
And his buddy, who is still in it,
Yeah.
comes over and gives him this hug. They had like this moment on stage.
Yeah.
Like it was so moving. Like everybody was like teary-eyed watching these two boys. Like one console the other kid. Because I'm like, I was neither of those boys.
Yeah. No, you're right.
Dumb, and I didn't care for your dumb ass. Loser. Oh, what'd you do, 12 hours of study? You're still walking off. You know better than me, kid.
252 WCMF. Talking about this kid, Ryan Creary, 8th grader for Penn Yan. He was in the National Spelling Bee, qualified for the Scripps National Spelling Bee. He made it to the quarterfinals before he was eliminated. I'm sorry, you were going to say.
Well, I was just going to say that's the worst part about if you're somebody that watches like the Little League World Series, like you just see these kids' hopes are so high and then it's complete tears after every game, or for the losing team in every game.
I'm going to side with Tommy on this one.
What's that?
This is terrible to say, and it's only the Little League World Series.
You're going to say it, though.
I like watching the kids lose.
Stop it.
No, because it's like,
You're
you
a dad. You're not supposed to have that tape.
Oh, I made that far. Well, no, if it's not my kid, it's
that kid gets out from Taiwan and then blasts it out of the park.
You don't feel bad if it's like one, it all comes down to like one kid's mistake.
No, I think it makes it even better.
Oh my God, I feel
look, I
so
feel bad
bad
for the kid. I also can't help but laugh. I
That's
know
the
that makes me
biggest
terrible.
moment
I'm
of your
sorry.
life
No, but
to
it's
that
not
point.
though.
But
Like
to
you
that
shouldn't be
point,
putting
it
the kids
is.
under that much pressure.
I don't think I think a kid sees that end goal. You don't even have to, as a parent or coach, encourage or say that this is the biggest moment in your life. I think that kid's just going to naturally feel that
but
way.
my argument is that's like like these parents are like, oh my God, you shouldn't put your kid on national television playing Little League baseball.
So you're saying if your daughter made it to that kind of level of her sport, you'd say, nope, don't put my kid's team on TV. Nope, I don't. You know what? You should just bow out of the competition completely.
One, I'm never gonna have to worry about that. Two,
I mean, you can't judge parents for their kid competing on a team.
Kimmy, you're talking about high-end middle school travel baseball, which again shouldn't exist in the first place. And don't sit here and make it like it's some like
Little League
American
World Series has existed for a long time.
Yeah, and it's filled
But
with,
it's blowing up.
But it's filled with nothing but scandal. Like you have grown-ass people convincing their kids to go play on teams that they shouldn't be, ages that they are not appropriate for. You remember the whole Danny Almonte situation? Like, let's not pretend like it's some innocent, like wonderful thing. It's been dirty, and it's been dirty for decades.
So again, I saw another thing on that where parents now are looking to get their kids Tommy John surgery at a younger age because they think it'll help them throw harder.
Eventually, yeah.
But the doctors are saying, no, that's not how this works.
Oh, according to Kimmy, American tradition, like apple pie.
No, I'm saying
it's wonderful. Everyone get around. Watch the Little League World Series. Give them all college scholarships because they're crying out there.
No, that is not
Here
the
comes
argument
Kimmy
I
Cakes.
was
She's got cakes.
having. Are you
Bake
just
the
going to
cake for
talk over
every
me? Are you going to be Tommy? I was saying, you're like, no, don't show my kid on television. But you know, if your kid was at that level, you would be all about it.
Oh, look, I'm being honest
If your
with you.
kid was that good at their sport, you're
I
not
don't know,
holding
'cause
them
Pat-
back.
Pat never had any TV credits, so that might be an issue.
I'm being honest with you. I am being sincere.
You're going to hold your kid back from making some elite team.
I would not tell my daughter she couldn't do it.
Right.
I would hate it the entire time. You know how I
Okay,
feel.
that's fair.
You know how I feel
But
about
you're not
going to
tell her to not do it.
And I might laugh a little bit if she started crying. 258 WCMF. We're talking about, again, this 8th grader from Penn. His name is Ryan Curry. The 4th round semifinal exit, I think, is the best case scenario because other than winning the whole thing. But again, what chance?
And he's from a small town.
Exactly.
He probably got no respect from all these other kids.
Pushing him around.
Well, you know how it
From
is.
Penn.
Like if you're standing there, there's some kid from like Boston. He's thinking, well, you're just some dumb country kid. You ain't got a shot.
And that's just it. Like, if I'm this kid or his parents, my biggest fear is traveling all the way to D.C., all the news stories done about my son locally, everybody's excited for him, just to miss on the first word that you're given. Because there are kids who do that.
Oh, yeah.
They travel this whole way, they go through the whole experience, and the first word they get, bing!
Somebody's sitting down.
Right. So, like, for him to not only get the first word right, but the 3 following words
Right.
after that, that's really impressive. And it's great that he got to experience being on stage. He gets to experience a pomp circumstance. He gets to experience being in D.C. I mean, that's great.
Yes, it
Good
is.
for the kid. I'm happy for him. And you all should be happy for him, too. And if he ever plays in the Little League World Series and laughs, I'm sorry, Ryan. I'm gonna cry. I'm going to laugh in your face. I'm sorry. I can't help myself. Let's take a break.
All right.
Tommy.
What happened?
Well, I guess a more appropriate question is what happened with you?
What do you mean?
Well, all of us have an idea of what our league is when it comes to partners we could potentially have, right? Whether you're single or married, even if it wasn't your wife or your husband, you would know about who you think you'd be able to bring home.
Your level.
Yeah. So with that being said, when someone was confused about what relationship Tommy was in, the reaction's important.
Oh, yeah.
Because I understand why you would say, whoa, no. Come on. But, like, kind of goes the other way, too. We'll get into it next here at the break room on 96.5 WCMF. You don't want people to get the wrong impression.
No.
So clearing up a mistake like this is totally appropriate. However, the way you clear up this mistake is also important. Because if you react a certain way, a knee-jerk reaction, you could look like a massive dick. Because they say, Tommy, your partner says a lot about the person you are.
Yeah.
So when someone you don't think deserves to be your husband, your wife, your boyfriend, your girlfriend is confused as your husband, wife, boyfriend, girlfriend,
Yeah.
you're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock, 96.5. Excuse me, WCMF. I choked on a piece of banana. I'm sorry.
That's all right. That's not your first banana.
It's National Banana Day, too. The irony.
Oh, my God. Your favorite month.
You're also a banana. We just had banana time, man.
We did.
Why are you bringing bananas into this? So you had a hell of an event over the weekend.
Yeah, so we went on this little tour, my wife and I, right in the center of town in Pittsford, and we're hanging out. And my wife just wanted to be next to the woman that was talking. I kind of stood in back of the crowd.
Oh, she didn't want to be near you? Shock face.
Pretty much. So she's listening. I'm in the back, just kind of rolling my eyes and staring around. And I ended up standing next to this other woman. And she's like older than me.
Wait.
I know. Hard to imagine.
Okay.
She's an older lady.
Okay, older lady.
We're just kind of standing there. And then this other woman comes up and starts talking to us.
Okay.
And she was talking to us, and I realized she thought we were a couple.
Oh, you were together because you were both standing in the back.
Okay, that makes sense. Sure. Yeah.
And this woman I'm standing next to, whatever. I mean,
What?
so she's thinking we're a couple.
Hold on. Back up the truck.
Yeah.
What do you mean? Oh, whatever.
You're usually not so afraid to say these things,
Yeah,
but
what-
avoiding.
Yeah, she was old.
She was old. Okay. All right. Good. But I mean, someone that you probably would have been with. Like it would have been. Wait,
Bro.
What?
If she was with me, she would have been arrested.
So you two are confused as a couple.
Yeah.
Okay.
And I think we both kind of realized it. And she says, "I'm not with him." But like that.
Yuck.
Yes. Like somebody handed her a husband turd sandwich. And I'm like, "Hey man, where are you going, lady?" Support hoe, cool out wearing purple ass leg woman.
Okay.
Second cool out reference this week
A
too.
lot of cool outs this
So
week, too.
yeah, so she was like, "I would never be with him like
Okay.
that."
Okay, she was offended.
Yeah.
Well, I mean.
I should have been offended, and I was cool.
Well, you
you
are
cool?
kind of a turd husband.
So yeah, I was really insulted.
Okay. All right. So this is someone you didn't see yourself being in a relationship with. You think that you are. How do I put
You
this?
were kind of offended at first. That,
Oh, Sarah, I'm above this chick.
Oh, yeah? Not according to her, you're not.
Please.
Okay.
And I even told my wife what happened.
Yeah.
And she kind of defended the woman. I didn't think it was going this way. Because I kind of said, like, right? And she's like, "Well, you always look like you're mad. Like, you always look like you're not having fun." She basically said, "You always look miserable."
No, this
so
is,
she's saying she understood why that woman was offended.
Yeah, like she was like, "Yeah, I get it, man. Sometimes I question myself."
this whole thing is funny when you really boil it down.
Yeah.
Because it makes sense that two people wouldn't be attracted to each other at the same time. That
Right.
happens all the time, right?
Yeah.
But for both people at the same time to think they are way better than the other
Yes.
person,
Yeah.
right?
But she didn't even hide it, man.
I mean, look, I will give you props. Way to not be a dick.
Right.
Way-
She did the class. This woman had no class.
and you took the higher road there,
Yes.
right? It would be hard not to make the argument to someone about why you'd be the catch in that couple, right? Like your spouse later, because you just said it. You went to your wife
Yeah.
later and told the story. Like,
Yeah.
come on, me. Like your friends that could be with you, other people that are around that maybe you don't even know. Is it better to not say anything if that mistake is made? Because you don't want to offend the person. You were offended.
Yeah.
Right? You might weird them out. Kimmy, would you be weirded out if some guy didn't clear things up if he was confused as your husband? Like you're having a conversation, you go, "Oh, your husband over here," and he just sits there and doesn't say anything.
Would I be offended?
Would you be weirded out?
Oh, yeah, a little bit, but I could also understand why you're just going to let this if you don't have a connection to this person and they're just going to walk away after the conversation, maybe they don't feel it's necessary to embarrass the person.
Okay.
Because I would also see myself feeling that way. Like, I don't want to call this person out for assuming that.
So you may not say anything.
I may
either.
not say anything and just let it go if it's going to end soon. You know what I mean? If this conversation's going to be over soon.
Okay. Phone number is 252-WCMF, 252-9263. Because I think here, the classiest thing to do would be to clear things up by complimenting the person who is confused as your partner. Like, oh, that's not my wife. I'm not classy enough to be that guy. Right?
Okay. Yeah.
You clear things up. You've complimented that person. You've taken the high ground. And that would get a smile for sure from everybody involved.
Sure.
However, that would only work if the person you're standing next to was way uglier than your actual partner.
Yes.
Because if your spouse heard you say, oh, I'm not good enough for that person, and they are equal or better looking, you are in
But here's my homely wife.
Yeah, she would have to fall out of the fugly tree. And, hit every branch.
You mean like the woman that you were standing next to that was confused as your wife?
Goddamn, she had a walking stick, bro.
You love walking sticks.
Not now.
This kind of sounds like you're a match made in heaven.
I'm out.
Who were you angrier with? Are you angrier with the woman who was like, oh, God, no, he's not my husband? Or are you angrier with the person who confused you as your partner?
I think my knee-jerk reaction was the woman's reaction because it was immediate.
Okay.
Which means she had already looked me up and down and realized I was disgusting. And she didn't even hesitate.
Okay.
She went 0 to no. Nothing.
Kimmy, would you be offended if someone reacted that way?
Yeah, but of course you would be offended if they were just like, how dare you? You know what I mean?
What if that person was really good looking, though?
You'd still feel like, hey, wait a second. Like, you didn't have to call me. They're essentially calling you ugly.
Yes.
All right, hold on.
Or not desirable.
No matter who it comes from, it's going to suck.
No, that's fine. Again, 252-WCMF, Tommy on a little Pittsford Day thing with his wife. She was away from him for a little while. He's standing next to this woman who you described. On a 1 to 10, give me a.
I mean, she was probably mid-70s.
Okay.
And she looked it. She looked every bit her age.
Okay.
She had on like them old lady shoe.
Okay.
She had the old lady support hose up to the knee. She had the walking stick. She had the fanny pack with like stickers on it. It was like everything. She was like an old lady.
She gets confused as Tommy's wife, and the woman, not Tommy, goes, oh, God, no, we're not together.
Yeah.
No.
It would bother me more. It's less about what that person looks like, I think, and more about their age to me. Because if somebody like super young had that reaction, I'd be like, screw you, kid, you're gonna get old one day too.
Okay.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, I
like
get
you'd
what
be
you're
more
saying.
offended by like the ageism, I guess.
Okay, so I got two questions that I think are both complicated and need to be broken down.
All right.
Because you said you would be offended, Kimmy, by anyone who was like, oh, God, no.
Yeah, I think somebody having that immediate reaction, you're gonna say, well, what's wrong with me?
I think there are people that are so attractive that if they had that reaction, I'd go, I get it.
Like super
But
attractive.
Yeah.
they are
Yeah, but they're
disgusted
so
by your
rare.
presence.
That's like seeing a peacock on Main Street, man.
Not for us, it's not. Like, I mean, there are everyday women that
Stunning.
are walking around that are so good looking that if they were confused to be with us, they'd be like, oh, God, no. And I'd be like,
think
yeah,
it wouldn't
it's
Yes,
bother
I
you?
agree.
It wouldn't bother you a little bit though that she had that. She wasn't even polite about it.
No, if you're just looking at me and I didn't give you a chance for me to charm you.
Yeah.
No, I get it. Okay, I can't be mad.
All right.
Like, Kimmy, there's not a guy who's, like, with all due respect, let's say it's like 28-year-old dude, really good looking, in great shape.
Again, I think it's just the
Suit.
fact that like you
Doesn't have a pocket full of chicken wings like your husband.
you kind of like embarrassed me at the same time too,
Yeah,
right?
but-
By having that
But you
reaction.
kind of get it.
Yeah, you don't get it, though?
I wouldn't be that mean to somebody.
Okay.
You know what I mean?
I mean, look, I get not being mean. I also wouldn't want to do that, but like, you can't sit here and be like, you can't say I don't get it. Like, you can't have that high of an opinion of yourself.
No, I don't. I don't understand being that mean to a stranger.
Okay, all right. The second question,
Unless it's Tommy standing next to you.
well, you brought up age, all right? Because like, I mean, Tommy, people they date all kinds of ages now, which is again why it's so weird that you're offended by this. Like, it gets to a certain age where everybody's old. Kimmy, would you be more bothered if someone confused Tommy as your husband or me as your husband?
Probably Tommy, only because that would be a whole different dynamic.
Yeah, I'm literally 30 years older than you?
Yeah.
How old are you?
I'm 35.
Yeah, so we're 30. I am 30 years older than her.
Yeah.
Okay.
I have 3 decades on her.
There's going to be a lot more judgment from other people in that situation. That would be my fear.
Okay,
But it would be a compliment to me because people would think I'm rich.
yes. Yeah, they would.
That dude's got some
Well, hold
fat.
on.
Look at that turtleneck.
If
Look
it's
at that.
Kimmy-
Look at them booties.
If it's Kimmy, you'd be like kind of rich.
Oh, yeah.
Right? Like, you don't own a boat, but you know a guy with a boat.
Yeah.
So Kimmy's your girlfriend.
Right.
No, but here's the thing. Like, Kimmy, I would make the argument that, like, as much as you'd be judged for it, I get why you'd be with Tommy if he had a bunch of money. I mean, look at that jacket, look at that turtleneck.
But you're asking which one would bother me more.
Yes, but in this situation, they would assume, because we're around the same age, that you are attracted to this. And that this is as good as you can do.
Neither situation is ideal, but I'm going to say I just think the look of it all with the age gap.
Well, you
and
look like a gold digger.
Right. There would be a lot more daggers being thrown my way.
Okay, so you'd rather look like you're attracted to me than look like a gold digger.
I think so.
Yeah, because women would talk crap on her.
Okay. Is that a compliment?
To who?
To both of us, I think.
Not really.
Okay.
It's a push at best.
All right, well, let me ask you this question. What if someone assumes you're with a same-sex partner? You're standing next to another guy.
All right.
And they assume you're together.
Okay.
If you react negatively to that, you look really bad.
Well, especially in my outfit, yeah. No, so I said they think you're a gay couple.
Do you let the other person say something first? How do you react?
Well, what would you say?
That's what I'm asking. Because, I mean, look, it has to happen. It has to happen. Right? Because we all have this idea of what gay guys wear, what gay women wear, but that's not the case.
All right.
How do you react?
I don't.
You don't say a word.
What would you say? I don't think I would know what to say without it coming out bad.
Okay.
So I think I would keep my mouth shut because I think I would make it worse if I tried to defend myself.
What if that other guy doesn't say anything either?
I guess we're getting married.
You're stuck now.
I guess we're doing this.
No, let's say you and I, we go out to a bar, right?
Okay.
I put on
Gold digging.
No, what if I'm just into like tiny, wrinkly men? I had a pug as a child, and I'm into that kind of thing, right?
What did you do to that poor dog?
We get together, we're hanging out, and we get confused as a gay couple.
All right.
I'm not saying anything.
I don't think I would either.
You're not saying anything.
Right.
So
yeah, but now if you're going to be staying at this place a while, that's when it's going to get complicated because now the assumption is that you're together and maybe whether it's the bartender or the waiter, waitress, whatever. Do you feel like you now have to play that role?
We got to be boyfriends for the night? Are you willing to kiss me on the mouth instead
Jesus, we're making out
now?
now?
Look, I'm going for it if you're into it. What I'm getting at is, like, if you come out and simply explain, oh, no, I'm not with him, right? That's an easy thing to say. Yeah. If you don't do that, and I'm with you, because it would be an awkward situation.
I like girls.
What we do have to then...
Do you not have to establish that I like girls?
Okay. I like girls. See, even you say this.
I like girls, baby. Girls and more girls.
The other issue with the same-sex confusion, I wouldn't know if I should be offended based on how good-looking the other guy is.
So this happened to me years ago when I first moved here.
Okay.
There was a nightclub downtown called Carpe Diem. It's now where the Dinosaur Barbecue is.
Gotcha.
And I went with Charlie Fitzsimmons, good-looking kid. He owns a lot of restaurants in town. At that time, he was our producer.
Yeah, you should have hooked up with him.
This guy, I was proud of myself because that kid looked like Eddie Vedder. Everybody told me he looked like Eddie Vedder from Pearl Jam.
Okay.
So we ended up going out there for drinks. We're standing there together. Some dude walks up to me and wants to know if I want to dance. And, of course, I say no because I'm not gay and I'm also not very good at dancing.
Which one is a bigger problem?
The dancing. I can pull off just standing there being gay. But I was like so proud to be mistaken as gay at that point.
Okay.
I think it would be flattering, right?
I'm standing next to a way better looking dude. Like if
You
I'm
were
walking up to
interested in
two
me?
dudes and
Yeah.
you think we're both gay and you picked me over him,
right.
like I was so proud of that moment. It was the first time in my entire heterosexual life that I was like, damn.
All right.
I think it's
For
more
a
flattering.
moment, I had it, baby.
Do you think it's more flattering to get hit on by somebody of the same sex than it is the opposite sex? Because I kind of feel that way.
Really?
Yeah.
Why do you
like?
feel
I
like
think
that?
I would be more flattered if I was hit on by a woman than a man. Maybe it's more of a woman thing because I would think a woman's typically pickier.
No, because that's just it. Like, I know that dudes will just, any port in a store. I'm like, yeah, okay. And I hate to blow up your bubble here, but I'm about to.
So I look slutty?
Well, you do.
I look easy?
You definitely look easy. Look at you.
I was dressed really nice.
All right, so I know this has been a feather in your cap for what, 25 years now? I'm about to ruin
30
it.
years. I'm talking like I first moved here.
Okay, I'm going to ruin this, and I'm sorry.
Of course you are.
Kimmy.
Yeah.
You're some stupid idiot.
No. I'm going to use our own tactics against you.
All right,
here.
go ahead.
Well, like, Kimmy, there's this idea that, like, when you walk into a bar as a guy, and there's a group of women standing around. You don't want to hit on the hottest one because she's going to turn you down. You want to go for the one that's the least attractive. And in that
See what he's doing?
No,
He's gonna
Tommy,
ruin my
it
little
makes
parade.
perfect. Tommy, why would gay guys not subscribe to the same policy?
I
He
was
knew
looking
he had no
good.
chance. He knew he had no chance with a better looking guy. You were the ugly friend. You were the ugly gay friend, man. You didn't realize that for 30 years?
Why would I do that to myself?
How did that not occur to you?
No, I'm listen, man. It's my Stanley Cup, and I'm gonna skate with
No,
it.
you just said. No, but like in all seriousness, like if I was confused,
All right, there was a bunch of guys in there he could have had,
yeah, you were the ugliest one. He was just looking for an easy pick.
and he was a good-looking kid.
Okay,
I mean, if I was on the other side, I would have given him a play.
Kimmy, if I'm mistaken as being someone else's boyfriend or husband,
Yeah.
I don't know how to be offended based on how good looking that other guy is. Like if I was trying to pick up a dude, I don't know where my level would be. Do you know what I'm saying?
True.
Because like with women, I know where I
You
think
can kind of gauge.
Yeah.
You know.
So if you were a gay
like,
guy, what guy you could
What-
achieve?
Yeah, I don't know where
It
that
would be
is.
between me and Gene.
Worst sandwich of all
Yes.
time. No, but
Like you couldn't even bed danger.
No, but Kimmy, like, do you know what kind of woman you'd be able
No,
to
I
attract?
have no idea. I have
But
no
you're a
clue.
good-looking kid. I think
Yeah,
you
but
should
I don't
do
know,
all right.
but
Yeah,
I
she's
don't-
old now.
Yeah.
No, but I think she could do well. She's tall. She's blonde.
Okay. Are lesbians into that?
Why wouldn't you be?
I
I
don't
don't
know.
know.
We're going
She looks
basic.
Nordic,
We're
man. You
going-
don't think
No,
so?
but it depends on
Even
what,
gay
what,
chicks like
what their
Nordic.
type is.
Put that on a t-shirt, sell at the rock shop. No, we're basing it on male beauty standards.
Mm-hmm.
And male and female beauty standards are different.
But good looking is good looking, right?
Okay, but I don't know.
I think she'd do
No.
well.
By the way,
I
she's
don't know.
typing an email to HR right now.
What, if I'm saying you look nice? You're Nordic?
No, I don't know. I had a lesbian friend tell me I was not edgy enough to be attractive.
Oh.
You got to be edgy?
But that was just her type. She was into,
All
like,
right.
you know,
I was
girls
gonna
with
say like bad girl.
tattoos and stuff.
Should I go a little rough?
Okay.
I'm not talking about Kimmy's hands.
You think that would help the situation? No, like I would like to know, just for reference sake, like what level am I gay guy wise? You're not curious?
Well, I kind of know with that dude.
Well,
But then
no,
you shot
again,
that in the ass.
Again.
I don't know.
I don't. Should I be offended if I'm mistaken for? I don't know.
I mean, it's a compliment.
No, well, if I was hit on by a dude, that's a compliment. Unless I could actually do better than that dude. Like, how dare you think that you could have me?
I'm not that kind of boy.
That's a man.
And you are that kind of boy.
I don't think. I feel like maybe you're just a certain type.
So it has nothing to do with attractive. It has
I
to.
don't know.
That's human nature, right? It has to do with
Like
how good.
if you get hit on by a guy who dresses really well, like big on shoes, things like that,
Okay.
like you have more of an athletic style, and it may not
Yeah, that's right.
be their type.
I am an athlete.
You
You're
may
right.
you
What if
may
they saw
prefer a man
previous-
in a turtleneck
So
and a
let's say,
shacket.
all right. So let's say they find you're attractive, you're
Okay.
working out, you're losing weight, they go back to your house, but they see a picture of the old you,
Okay.
and then like you never told them like you used to be fat, right?
Okay.
So they know you have potential.
To go back up again.
Sure.
Are we talking same sex or
Any sex.
Okay.
Like let's say you date a chick and she's smoking hot.
Yeah.
But you found out like
she used to be
5 years ago she was 300 pounds and she really got down on it.
Okay.
And she lost all those poundage. In the back of your mind, you know there's a ticking fat bum in that broad.
I would have never thought that, and that makes you a horrible person.
But I how could it not?
I would have never
Like
thought
you
that
know
in a
she
million
was
years.
you know she lost the weight.
Yeah.
And you know how hard it is to keep weight off. You fight it every day the way I do, right?
Look at him.
And-
I'm just like you guys.
You know it. And you know there's a ticking fatty inside.
I would have never thought of that. That makes you a terrible person.
Really?
Yes.
I thought it was just normal.
No, you're
that
a
would
s-
not dawn on you.
No, you're a psychopath.
I think
Yeah,
you
that
lie.
No, I'm telling you, I
I
would
mean,
have
the
never.
way you look and create backstories and crap,
I would-
you're letting that one go?
I would be
The
impressed.
chubby
Well, I was gonna
trail
say,
you're not going to
but
go
maybe
down?
as somebody who's lost the weight, you're almost more impressed by
Yeah,
it.
that's why that would have been my thought. Like, wow, that's
Yeah.
what you
Every
did is
day I
amazing.
got to fight it, though. Oh, God. just a little sugar on the lips and I'm gone.
You're describing yourself.
Yes, I am.
Especially that sugar on the lips. All right, let's take a break. Let's say you are looking to lose some pounds.
Yeah.
This
Where you go?
Well, this is a workout activity that is good for everybody.
Oh,
Tommy,
great.
right? Like if you've got injuries and stuff like that, you can do this.
Oh.
If you are 20, you can do it. If you're 80, you can do it. And it's become one of the more popular things. But this used to be a strictly female thing. I don't know why you're laughing.
Is it a girl workout?
Well, it used to be. Yeah, people would think of this as a feminine workout.
Oh.
But based on how many people are getting ready to do this right down the street from us, maybe things have changed.
So, but do dudes look weird doing it?
I'll let you decide.
All right.
And we're going to do it next here in the break room on CMF. for whatever reason, this has a very feminine vibe to it, or at least it used to.
Okay.
Now, its popularity may be signaling that more guys are willing to do it than we think. Because there's an event coming up that suggests that might be the case.
Oh, what is it?
Well, even if you had male friends or coworkers that were into it, it's got such a reputation, they may not be willing to advertise it publicly. I don't know why you're laughing, man. This would be great for you.
Well, not you, though.
Well, no, I mean...
You're too much of a man to do
just-
it, but I'm a little sissy boy.
It's not what I'm saying. You hang it out the break room. It's just Classic Rock 96.5. WCMF. Mark your calendars for June 8th.
What's happening?
That is the annual New York State Yoga Festival at Letchworth State Park.
Oh, get your yoga on.
So the all-day event, it's a ticketed event and the biggest yoga event in upstate.
Mm-hmm.
It's massively popular. In the first year they did it, Tommy, just to give you a little glimpse.
How many?
In 2018, News 8 said they expected around 300 people. They got 2,000.
Wow, that's around the world.
And it just keeps getting bigger. It's for everyone, from experienced to beginners. And Tommy, the numbers that they get for this now suggest there has been a change in the idea about yoga. Because for a long time, that was a lady thing.
Yes.
And it was a weird lady thing, because even within the lady community, it was segmented.
Yeah.
Because it started as like a weird lady thing. And then it became a
Like
soccer...
a holistic thing.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Then it became a soccer mom and 20-something thing. Then guys started doing it.
Yeah.
What?
Anytime I see a man on Instagram, what is he doing in a yoga class, they look gross.
Why are you
And out
watching
of
yoga
place.
classes on Instagram?
Because I follow.
Don't you? I don't know why you're pointing at me.
You
man.
know why I follow it. You want me to say why?
No,
I'm saying.
Go ahead.
I'm not gonna say it.
Yeah, that's what I thought, you bitch.
But-
Bitch-ass bitch. Yoga
I
class
do
watching
see yoga
weirdo.
classes that are
I
posted.
do
I
see it. It does pop up.
And
I don't know.
And you also know why I look at it.
I don't
I
know about yoga.
Because I want to see somebody doing something we don't think he knows how to
This is,
do
your,
it.
this is all your curiosity, my friend.
And men doing yoga just looks gross.
Why?
Just the positions, your outfit. You can't do it. You don't have the balance.
Sure, there are guys.
You don't
There are
have
guys
the
that are probably really good at yoga.
Who?
But there, like I've seen people, like it's part of like their weight loss journey. Men who pick up yoga because at first, like it kind of goes by levels, so it's easier for people to pick up as a workout. You know what I mean?
All right, I'll ask this question.
Yeah.
Do either of you guys do yoga? Are you a yoga person, Kimmy?
I have before. I'm not like I don't do it regularly, but I do it occasionally.
Have you ever done yoga?
No.
Okay.
I wouldn't even know how to do it. My
Well,
wife
look,
does it.
That's why you go to a yoga class. I mean,
Yeah.
look, it's low impact, so guys with injuries from the past can
Yeah.
do it.
I know
mean,
it's harder than it looks.
That's everything.
Yes, it
though.
is.
Yeah, true.
No, but I mean, you know,
You could do it at home if you want to.
Yeah,
Find
get
something
out.
on YouTube.
Yeah, bingo, it's free.
If you're afraid of, being in a class
I
setting.
would be afraid of walking into a group of women, getting down here.
Well, you,
Here's
yes.
my old man ass. Get a good look at this, gals.
Well, you don't.
I would literally have to do it in the back of the class.
Okay, yeah. So
And I mean the back of the class, like on the street, outside of the yoga class.
I think guys get weird about doing classes in general.
Yeah, I don't like classes.
Yeah.
Because we don't want to be told what to do.
Like any kind of group activities.
Participation.
Yes.
Is that
I
what
think
it is?
I think the male
I'm a-
numbers are low.
I'm in my own yoga, man. No, look, they used to be 0, and maybe they are still low, but I don't think most men would know if their buddies, family members, coworkers were actually going out and doing this. Because, Kimmy, the numbers at Letchworth that they're getting suggest that there are a bunch of guys doing this. And there are yoga classes across Rochester where you'll see a bunch of dudes in there.
So my wife takes classes where there are guys my age and up.
Okay.
Not a lot. There's like 2 guys that show up to her
They're
classes.
probably in really good shape.
One is 1'8".
Why?
Well, you ask.
Why? No, she didn't. She made a statement.
She said they're probably in good shape.
No,
One
no, no,
is
no.
1'8".
That's not a question.
It's
That's
a
a
50-50.
You could have
statement.
just said yes.
You idiot.
The one guy, but I think the older guy does it because the doctor said, this would be good
Yeah.
for your stuff.
Sure.
The other guy looks like he's been doing it for a long time. He might have been like pioneer yoga guy.
Okay. Went down the yoga gun trail.
Yeah.
Would you bust a guy's balls for going to regular yoga
Bust him.
classes?
I'd probably see him if I see him in that class.
Come on,
Of
folks.
course.
Why? Why?
Oh, don't be whying me, Alan Alda. You'd be doing the same thing, poetry boy.
Kimmy has no idea who that is.
Well, you would be the same dick as I am.
No, here's
if
the
you
thing.
knew one of our buddies.
No, now that he's workout guy, I kind of feel like he'd embrace it.
Thank you.
Oh, really?
I do.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Let's say one of our buddies around here.
Give me an example.
Danger. Mike Danger.
I think it would be so surprising that you couldn't
Minnesota
even.
hockey playing lughead. Sports 24/7. Man sport.
Yeah.
You found out he's not with his wife, He puts on the outfit and does yoga, and he talks about man never felt better. And you would be fine with that.
All right, so I will say this. There once was a time.
There was a time. Pat's
Thank
going to
you.
make up in his mind.
Thank you. Where I would have had that reaction. You're right.
Right.
Smaller-minded me in the past. But lest we not forget, and you were sitting there with me when we were at Bill's camp. We talked to two guys, two of the toughest, scariest sons of bitches you ever met. One of them,
Professional athletes.
yeah, one of them, former Bills linebacker Lorenzo Alexander. The other, former Bills offensive lineman Richie Incognito, who is a horrifying human being, not just for his
You want to
physical
be in a class
stature.
with him?
Yeah, okay. Both of those guys said they did yoga regularly.
Yeah.
Regularly.
I understand.
So would you look at Richie Incognito in the face?
You damn straight.
He's got his samurai sword that he's pulling out of his trunk to get his dad's head from the funeral home.
No, of course not. He's the scariest man on the
Okay,
planet.
so no, how am I going to look at Danger and be like, you sissy, when you got these two professional athletes whose body is their job going, no, this is great. I
All right,
love
so
this.
I
when-
think it's go ahead.
Okay.
I was gonna say I think it's harder to judge a guy for doing yoga the better shape they're in.
Agreed.
You know what I mean? Like if that guy just looks like he's killing it, you can't say anything because it's obviously working for him.
So I tell you, I signed up for a new yoga class. This place called Breathe.
Yeah,
Yeah. Go down there and gonna do a yoga set.
that's good for
Yeah,
you,
yeah,
man.
yeah.
I'm really happy.
Yeah, I
with
got
it.
the outfit and everything, man.
Okay,
Well,
what do
I
you
went down to
think-
that Lululemon place you and Brian Gianta go to, and I said, hey, give me some of them. Give me some Brian Gianta pants, and give me one of them tight Lulu tops, because it's really a top. And I go down there in my Lululemon outfit.
Yeah.
And I go down there and I do yoga.
Hot yoga.
I do hot yoga with a goat. I do goat hot yoga.
You know that guys don't wear leggings, right? They just wear shorts.
So you would be fine with me doing all that. But no, but I want to do yoga my way, man.
I would,
Yeah?
You
I
can
would,
do yoga however you want.
But thank you.
I would 100% support and not laugh at you for what you were doing.
You
is
can't even
different.
spit it out of
Hey,
your
like, you know
mouth.
what's so funny, man?
You can't
It's
even
like-
lie to yourself.
What's so funny is like you're sitting here like me in a yoga outfit that you're imagining in your head. You look like you can do yoga in what you're wearing right now.
You look like you have a yoga mat in your car.
You look like you are. Yes, he's on his way to yoga class where he's going to change into a more yoga outfit than that yoga outfit. 252 WCMF. We're talking about the New York State Yoga Festival. It's June 8th at Letchworth Park. And the reason we bring this up is the massive numbers that they're pulling in. The first year they did it, they expected 300 people. They've got 2,000, and it just keeps getting bigger and bigger. And the numbers they get suggest that this has become a thing that guys are starting to get into, right? Because this was once an only feminine thing. Let me ask you this question, Kimmy. Let's say, are yoga classes welcoming to men? Because I know you and I would feel out of place in a yoga class.
I don't know what like the typical yoga class is like. I've only done yoga classes for like events, like somebody's like doing it
Yeah, 'cause
for
those
like
are free.
fundraising
Yeah.
or stuff
Oh,
like that.
gotcha.
You know what I mean? So I've never like gone to like a yoga studio to do a yoga class. So I don't know what that vibe is like.
All right, so women that do yoga or guys that do yoga, 252 WCMF 252-9263. Would you feel uncomfortable if Tommy and I walked in and started taking a yoga class with you?
I think people are so in their own zone in that type of class. I don't think as long as you're not being a creep or weirdo, they don't care.
I would like to think that I am so disgusting to look at
Yeah.
that I would break their yoga bubble.
That they'd just be keeping one eye on you at all
Saying,
times?
what is this idiot doing in here?
Well, no, I mean, look. There are gyms that exist just for women because some women feel self-conscious about working out.
And it's
they
also how guys act
Exactly.
at gyms.
Yes. Yeah. We've seen videos of that circulate all over social media. I would understand if a woman's like, "Hey, I'm in these tights and this dude's right behind me and I'm bending over doing all these poses."
I think you'd be self-conscious no matter who's behind you. if
But
that's
it's
the
very
case.
sexual.
No, it's
Yoga.
not sexual, man.
It's very sexual, the positions you're in. Yes, you are. It's called downward doggy style.
No.
What if I go? What if you go in
Maybe
there
you should
and you
stay
start grunting like?
far away.
What if you go in there and you start grunting like you're lifting weights?
You should be more concerned with the. You should be more concerned about the noises your brittle bones are going to make in that class than anything.
bird
What's that
bones?
snapping sound?
No,
Can you please quiet down back there?
Let me ask you this:
Yeah, sure.
as a man,
Yeah.
and you've been working out for a long time, and you got a clean diet.
Hashtag stay ready so you don't got to
Right.
get ready. Yeah.
Is there any time when you work out
Yeah.
that at least once you don't drop some serious ass?
So that would be my biggest fear about going to yoga class.
Because when you work out, you're gonna drop ass at least once, especially if you're eating like a really what?
Yeah, if you're
plant-based
gassy,
diet.
Sure.
if you're gassy, it's a recipe
Any guy on
for
a diet is
disaster.
gassy because your body's throwing off.
Well, that's what I always wonder with the hot yoga classes.
Oh.
Like, it has to
Hot bots coming through. Hot
smell
bots.
Wait, your mom was there?
so bad after one of those classes.
Yeah, no, that would be my
And the
biggest.
stinking and the sweating.
The
Sweating
steam.
and the stinking and the sweating.
No, I would be afraid I'd blast some giant ass in some poor woman's face. I wouldn't be able to help it.
Yes. So, no, you can't go.
But I mean,
But maybe you could do the outdoor one.
guys do this, right?
Yeah.
So it must be a thing. All right, would being a single guy in a yoga class, would that be a good way to meet women?
Yeah.
No.
don't
Stop.
think- well, no,
think
because-
about it for a second
Yeah.
before you go, yeah, look at that ass. Do you doing a downward doggy style? Why are you macing me?
Yeah, I'm gonna say no if you plan on going back to that class again.
Okay.
Because if you're coming off like you're trying to pick somebody up and it doesn't work out, well, she doesn't want to work out with you anymore.
Okay.
Yeah, you can just move around the room. Okay.
No, I mean, it's pretty small. They
yeah,
probably hear
yeah,
you hitting on every other woman the week before that. All right, so Kimmy says, all you guys out there, go ahead and do yoga. Be free. Tommy
Yes,
says,
don't listen to people.
Tommy says, oh, you should totally be able to do it. But don't do it. You're all a bunch of creep, gross ass, smelly ass, tight wear, ass dropping. Good news, Tommy.
What happened?
Well, I know you love these animals, and they are coming back to America. Did you
Oh,
see the
yes, I
story
did
yesterday?
see that.
And not only are we getting these animals back, it may be a sign that some chilly relations between two countries, ours being one of them, are starting to thaw. Mm-hmm. We're going to tell you what you'll be able to take a trip and see by the end of the year.
Again.
Yes, they're back. And we'll do it next here at the Break Room on 96.5 WCMF. They're back, baby.
Who's that?
And this isn't just good news for American animal lovers. It may be good news for every American citizen.
Ah, look at that.
You're hanging out in the break room. Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5. WCMF. Just after 9 o'clock this morning. Father's Day is now right around the corner.
Oh, yeah, next week?
Yep, a couple of weeks away. I don't know.
Yeah, something like that.
You know why I don't know? Because Father's Day doesn't matter. And what makes it even worse is a study released yesterday. Turns out all you dads that'll be celebrating Father's Day,
Yeah, what are they saying?
you're going to be dead soon.
Oh.
Did you see this?
No.
We'll get to it just after 9 o'clock here in the break room on CMF. Panda bears are making the return to the National Zoo.
Adorable.
Story broke yesterday out in D.C. It's going to happen by the end of the year, and it's a sign that relations are getting better between the United States and China.
Yeah, it's softening a little bit.
Yeah, at least as far as bears go. So for those who don't know, China owns every single panda bear in existence. And they lend out the panda bears as part of what they call, and I'm not making this up, panda diplomacy.
Because they're kind of leased, right?
Yes. So
Which is such a weird concept.
they own every panda bear?
Yeah.
Well, I guess are there any other panda bears?
Well, we were trying to find any other similar situation with an animal, and we
Yeah.
But
couldn't
they only
find
exist
one.
in China.
Yeah.
And we didn't grab any, like, DNA and try to, like, grab one.
Well, you would need
like
another
the CIA.
Grab
You know, like during Vietnam, we sent the CIA in there with Nixon to grab a couple of them and bring them back over here.
Well, but in all
I
seriousness,
mean, we went into Laos.
how hairy would it get if we kept two panda bears, breeded them, and kept that panda? And by the way, you would only have that panda until it dies because you wouldn't have another panda to breed it with.
Right, yeah.
And eventually, even if you were able to steal two pandas, that would end pretty quick because then you'd have panda siblings banging, and that's not good.
No, but you could do that, can't you?
No, I don't think so. Do you know nothing about genetics?
It'd be like a southern panda.
Southern panda go to claw your face. Maybe it's.
They are the most adorable animal.
They are.
Like if they could do anything vicious and you would still go, oh.
Yeah, because they seem really clumsy.
They are
Like, they're
really
always
clumsy.
falling
They look like a
out- falling
toy.
out of a tree or like.
Fun fact:
Right.
Do you know a group of pandas together is called an embarrassment?
No.
A hand of God. You can Google it.
Really?
That's what it says.
Why would they pick that
I
name?
have no idea. Maybe is it Chinese for something?
Oh, maybe.
Is embarrassment a Chinese word?
Oh.
So anywho, by the end of the year, these
Right.
pandas will be. Thank you.
Oh, an embarrassment or a cupboard or a bamboo.
Bamboo would make sense.
No, they eat bamboo.
No,
No,
it
but
says
it's also bamboo's
it's
big
also
in China.
Yeah.
Yeah, because of course the Chinese bears eat the.
I don't know. I thought they just ate like leaves and stuff.
They eat pears. They eat apples. They eat bamboo.
Oh, they're vegetarian.
Yeah.
That's what they want you to think. Do they get you alone?
Yeah.
So, again, the bears will be back at the National Zoo by the end of the year. There's currently one panda bear still in America. That's in Atlanta, but that panda bear is leaving by the end of the year. And China revoked all panda rights to America a year ago. Did you know, not only does China own every panda bear in the world, the pandas have their own special planes to travel the world in.
I was
The
just
Panda
going to
Express.
say, how are they getting these things around?
FedEx.
Yes, but it's not called the Panda
Yeah.
Express. That's a Chinese restaurant.
No, it's called Panda Express because they had the pandas on the side and it's FedEx, so it'd be Panda Express.
But it's not called the Panda Express.
Yes, it is, and they fly to all the Panda Expresses.
They're Boeing 777s, and they, like Tommy said, they have big pandas on the side, and their specialty. They carry other stuff at other times, but they have specialty areas for the pandas to travel inside.
First class, baby.
That's right. So if you're at the airport and you look out the window and you see a FedEx plane with a panda on the side of it, that's one of the panda planes.
Yeah. And there's only two,
Air
right? In the
Panda.
whole, we're only going to have two in the whole damn country, like you said,
The
right?
pandas, yes.
Yeah.
Oh, I mean, for now, maybe things keep getting better and we get more pandas back. I wonder if, with the panda diplomacy thing, does it help China with, American citizens when
Like
they go and they see a
tourism?
panda? I don't know. I would like to, if I'm going to go to China, I would want to see a panda.
Yeah.
Oh, you're saying that's why they'd not want to lend them out
Okay,
because
so there's
if you
that
can
idea?
only come here to get or to see them.
There's also the idea of if I go to the National Zoo and I see the panda, does that want to make me go to China to see more panda?
That's a long
No.
stretch
Yeah.
ass, though.
When you're seeing one right here.
I think China's just looking to do it. Goes, hey, man, look, see, we're good guys.
Is that
man.
what it is?
Yeah, look, we're cool, man. Look how cute these things are.
I wonder because there were other pandas around the country and other zoos.
San Diego Zoo lost
They
their
yanked
panda.
them
But like
Yeah.
these zoos built these giant enclosures for these things. Like what do they put in, like how did they replace the pandas? Is it just sitting empty?
It's a good
What do
question.
you use that space
But they
for?
make so much, like every time they have these things, there's like a line down the street.
Yeah.
Like they must make so much money having them, it pays for itself. Like they'll spend the money because they're going to get it back.
So there's another. It's
They're
called
like the Taylor Swift of like bear.
He's not wrong. So it's called the panda economy. So they give an example. The D.C. the National Zoo lost their pandas a little while ago. The pandas were so popular that shops around the zoo capitalized on it, selling T-shirts, merchandise. There's a bakery across the street that was
Panda
selling
cookies.
Yes, yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
And they continued to sell them and sell them out even after the pandas had been gone.
Yeah.
That's how the effect a panda has. But here's what sucks. I don't know what it's like at the National Zoo.
Oh, the panda crash of 72.
They had pandas at the zoo in Toronto a couple years ago. My kids were really little. We went to go just to see the pandas, not knowing that once you get in, you have to pay an additional amount of money to go see the pandas. And I was so pissed on principle. I was like, F it, I'm not going to see the pandas.
You didn't do it?
No.
No, you
you're already there.
Mine was like an hour and a half, and I'm not paying more money to go see the pandas.
I think at that point I'm just going to spend.
No.
Because that's all I want to see, really. I don't need to see your stupid snake and alligator.
I'm not letting the Chinese take my money while I'm in Canada.
From Canada.
Yeah, thank you, right? And I'm not going to, look, pandas are cute. You're going to wait 90 minutes to look at a panda?
I did see a baby panda once, and it was worth it.
Where did you see a baby panda?
We were at the San Diego Zoo, and they had a mama panda and 2 baby pandas. And I would definitely pay to see those pandas
And that's
again.
like the coolest zoo is at San Diego Zoo. That's the one that was on Carson all the time.
Did you have to wait?
Don't roll your eyes at me.
I
and
do
Joan
remember
Emmerich.
waiting in a line. I mean, this was like 15 years ago, but I do remember waiting in a line to see the pandas.
Just a bear.
But the cutest one ever.
Yeah, and babies. Come on.
Okay.
Baby pandas have got to be adorable.
All right. So, again, they'll be at the zoo, the National Zoo, the new pandas, by the end of the year. The only thing that sucks is the pandas can be revoked at any time. So if things sour between...
Limited time only pandas.
Well, that's
Read the fine print.
You don't even know. Because if things sour between the U.S. and China, it's
How
possible.
could that happen? We love each other.
And the pandas have to sit in quarantine for a couple of months, too.
Oh, really?
Yes. I don't know if that's...
like Ellis Island?
I don't know. That's for the sake of the pandas or for the sake of like the other animals.
Oh, may have like some disease or something.
Okay.
Yeah, so like don't run off to DC right away. Just keep the panda news flowing towards you.
Okay.
Because I don't want you to go to DC and not have to, you know what I'm saying?
Be disappointed.
Yeah. All right, let's take a break. Father's Day is, I think, 2.5 weeks away.
Okay.
And
Sunday, right?
It is always a Sunday.
Yeah.
It's funny, like, no dad right now knows the official date because Father's Day is not really a day for
Doesn't matter.
fathers, right?
It's pointless.
It's a check off a box for a lot of people. And I guess that's fine. What really sucks this coming Father's Day is that we're finding out, if you're listening to me and you are a father, we're all going to die soon.
What, is there like some kind of like disease ravaging dads?
I'll explain everything. We'll get into it next year in the break room on 96.5 WCMF. We are just over 2 weeks away from Father's Day.
Mm-hmm.
So all you dads, start to practice your surprised, excited face for whatever box of crap you open.
Yeah, you got it.
And this morning, we dads are getting even worse news.
What happened?
You know how sometimes it feels like your kids are slowly killing you?
Yeah.
Well, it turns out science says they are.
Oh, the stress.
You're hanging out in the break room. Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5. WCMF just after 9:25, 9:30. It's Thursday. You know what that means?
Oh, yeah, buddy.
What's that?
You're going to bitch it out.
That's right. Bitch Voice Theater coming at you. And, you know, with the summertime coming, there are people that'll be getting out of town, do a little vacation.
Yeah, a little getaway.
Yeah. 3 in 4 Americans say they do this before they leave for vacation, which means most of those people are huge liars.
Oh.
And we'll tell you what it is just after 9:30 here in the break room on CMF. If you're a dad, your heart is probably going to kill you.
Well, heart attack's the number one killer, right?
Oh,
for men, especially.
Specifically for dads, according to a study done by Northwestern University. They found that dads in general are at a higher risk for heart attacks and poor cardiovascular health.
Well, think about it. Your father and my father have had heart issues.
Yeah, but would you
and they're not the same age.
Yeah, but would you call them the most doting fathers?
Oh, absolutely.
So they give reasons as to why dads are at higher risk for heart attack than anybody else is. They say the added stress, as you said, that comes with being a parent. They say lack of time for healthy activities. And they say it's hard to eat right while you are raising children.
Okay.
What's weird here is they didn't find the same thing for moms.
Well, moms go long.
Yeah, I was going to say, doesn't that have to do with like your genetic make? I mean, they could still stress over those things, but it doesn't affect their heart.
How they deal with
in
it.
the same way it does for men.
I mean, I don't know.
I don't know, like, you know, overall, who has more heart problems, men or women?
That's a good question.
No, well, I think men. I think it's the number one killer.
Yeah.
Okay.
I know more men that have dropped dead of heart attacks than I know women in my age.
Yeah, but there's also been this idea that women having heart attacks, you're not entirely sure what a woman having a heart attack feels different than a man having a heart attack. You get what I'm saying? We have tough heart attacks.
You ignore it.
Yeah. I don't know. I'm just saying maybe the genetic makeup thing is right. And if I'm going to trust genetics coming from somebody, it's definitely Kimmy. But I would think if
I just thought in general men had more heart issues.
Sure.
Like deadly heart issues.
But the argument has always been mothers have more stress than fathers do.
But they deal with it.
Yeah.
They find releases. They have valves that they release where men don't.
Yeah, I don't think this is saying dads are more stressed. It's just the way stress affects them.
Okay. By the way, I love how even in this discussion she has to take a shot at dads. You guys still suck.
No.
You're still doing less.
She's not wrong,
man. Oh my God. See what you did?
What? I'm with him.
Like, guys will brag about how much they ate over the weekend. They will.
Like, who is the biggest, like, I'm just thinking of my house because you're talking about diet. Yeah, it wasn't my mom bringing the snacks into the house.
Okay.
It wasn't my mom bringing the string cheese, the easy squeeze cheese. And crackers in for snack time.
So, it turns out with this news that your heart is going to probably kill you if you're a father.
Your kids are killing you.
It actually gets worse for one segment of the dad population.
Which one?
If you were a young dad, someone who had their first child before the age of 25, you've actually done even more damage.
That's you.
Yes.
Yeah.
And my dad and your dad.
Wow.
Men who are that
young daddy.
Men who are that young when their first child show up are at the highest risk of having health issues, which I guess makes sense because you're dealing with that stress and those issues for longer than another dad.
Yeah, you're damaging your heart in your 20s.
I mean, you can attest to that, right?
I don't know. I don't know what's
wrong
with me.
We've talked about the weird health issues we've had in this room alone that mostly older people get.
You're right. You're right. So at 37, I don't know, maybe I'm on borrowed time already thanks to my beautiful, loving children.
Got to get your B12 shots in.
But I didn't do that on Sunday. It doesn't matter. Look,
there
are a few ways to look at this. Right? The phone number is 252-WCMF, 252-9263. One, dads are bad at taking care of themselves when they have other things to take care of.
Yeah.
Right? Like it's hard for us to focus on multiple things, so our main job becomes our only job, and that's being a dad, and that hurts us. Two, dads are lazy as hell, that I've got enough in me to do one thing, and taking care of myself and taking care of those kids are two things, so I'm going to pick one, and the other one's going to be a disaster.
Yeah, okay.
Less balance.
Yeah. Do deadbeat dads live longer?
Oh, I bet you they do.
Like guys,
do
they just walk from their responsibility.
But I guess just because you're a deadbeat dad doesn't mean you don't stress about being a deadbeat dad, or do you? I don't know.
Well, no, if
No,
you're
you're
a deadbeat, you're not
dad.
stressing about being a deadbeat.
Well, no,
I bet you they
saying,
go
like,
long.
Yeah.
You think so?
Yeah.
What a cruel joke that would be. Don't take care of your responsibility. Get all the life you need. Live it as long as you want. Guy not paying child support to see his kid. Because you wouldn't be, you'd be stressing about things, but that wouldn't be one of the stresses. Right.
Unless you feel like it's a lost cause and that stresses you out.
Well, if it's a lost cause, what am I stressing about? It's a lost cause.
I don't know.
All right, so dads are better at taking care of themselves, or bad at taking care of themselves. Yeah. Dads are lazy. Or the third option, dads care more than anyone has realized up to this point. And as a dad, I want to jump on the third bandwagon here.
Okay.
Because we pay for the sins of our fathers, right? We've talked about this. We've already talked about our dads multiple times in this break. Your all dads are terrible take may have been somewhat appropriate like 30 to 50 years ago.
Okay.
But if you look around now, that is no longer the case.
Well, the rise of the good dad.
Well, I would say so.
Well, you're
more attentive dads.
Well, I've given you credit for being way more involved in your children's lives than my parents were.
Yeah, but it's every time you say that, you then ask me to borrow money right afterwards.
Yeah, come on, man. You got it.
Look, dads these days are well aware of all dads are terrible reputation. And we know that's what some people think of us still. And it's almost like we're trying to make up for that reputation every single day with what we do with our kids.
Which adds to more stress.
And the fact that nobody's willing to cut us any slack with that stress. And the proof of that is in this holiday coming up.
Well, I was just going to say, yeah, because if you saw a couple out with their kids and that dad clearly wasn't helping or doing anything, you're going to judge that dad. So you don't want to look like that dad.
But you also don't get credit for being good dad. Because, well, that's what he's supposed to support her.
Well, yeah.
He's supposed to be doing that. So there's no, reward for doing what you're above and beyond.
But that's part of the problem. Because you feel like you should be rewarded for being a good dad.
Everybody would like to hear positive reinforcement. Like, that's something I got to, beg for?
Get her.
Oh, what do you mean?
You being a positive reinforcement?
So do you positively reinforce your wife when she's a good mom?
Yes.
You do?
Yeah. I don't want to get kicked out.
Well, I guess you
man,
have to.
I'm on a short leash, man.
But I'm saying, I don't know if a mom being a good mom,
a bad
women
mom's get parades every goddamn day.
A mom being a bad mom is going to stand out. You're going to point it out immediately if that mom's being a bad mom, which means a good mom is just in your mind being a mom.
You said too many words, and he didn't understand the
There's a lot of all right, so a bad mom will be lit up.
Whereas a good mom, in your opinion, is just being a mom and doing what moms should do.
I don't know about that. I had to think about it.
I know. Here's why you might be wrong. Right. Here's why you might be wrong. 252-WCMF, 252-9263. Again, a new study shows that men, fathers, are more likely to die of heart-related issues than men who do not have kids. Even worse, if you were a young dad, someone that had their first child before the age of 25, you've done even more damage to your heart. Men that young, when their first child showed up, are at the highest risk of health-related issues. Kimmy, not to burst your bubble here, because, look, I hear the passion in your voice, and you're arguing fine. It's fine. But look at the commercials they run for Mother's Day versus Father's Day. Mother's Day is all about pampering and taking care of her and how much she deserves it. Every Father's Day commercial revolves around three things. Okay. You ready? 1, your dad is stupid, and if you don't buy him this, he'll hurt himself. 2, Father's Day is here. Here's the fastest and easiest thing you can get him and still get credit.
Yeah.
3, here's a functional, not fun thing that all men need right now.
Yes. Leaf blower.
And even in the leaf blower commercial, Dad's still an idiot. Oh, do I look in the hole of the leaf blower? Don't buy him that leaf blower. Buy this special leaf blower where he can't blast himself in the face with it.
Well, would you like a day of pampering and flowers?
Yes. Well, guy flowers. Like a guy equivalent of flowers. Knob job. Is that a fair statement?
A bouquet of knobs.
Yeah, right? That'd be a great knock at the door. Is that a fair statement? The dude, quick sidebar.
Yes.
A dude flower equivalent is a knob job?
Oh, absolutely.
Okay, all right.
Yeah, I would think so. I don't like getting flowers. You don't like doing this. I think it's a push.
No, but Kimmy, am I wrong? Every Father's Day ad you see, Dad is stupid. Here's the easiest thing you can get him.
Do you think you kind of brought that upon yourselves? But not so much your generation, but the generations before.
So why am I paying for that? Why are we paying for that?
It's just been the reputation that dads have had up until this point.
So how is that my fault?
Dad wants to get out of the house and mow the lawn and do all that stuff because he doesn't want to be around his kids.
Okay, but I'm going to flip that argument right back on you, Kimmy.
I'm not a mom.
No, because you're making the argument. You're playing mom in this room right now. It kind of feels like my mom's yelling at me. That's what it feels like right now. If I am responsible for the reputation of fathers past, women get very upset when they are expected to be homemakers and career women now because of the reputation that their mothers had for taking care of everything. And I agree. It is unfair to expect women to do not only what our mothers did staying at home with us, but have a career. So if that makes me a dick, how are you not a dick for judging me as a father based on the past?
I'm not saying I'm judging you on being a father in the past. I'm saying that's why these advertisements exist and the way it's just been for decades. I don't know how to change that role, I guess.
Here's the thing. You keep saying this stuff, and now you're backing off. Here comes Kimmy. Boop, boop, boop. I see that smile on your face. You think all dads are stupid. Listen to the way she talks about her poor father.
We talk about our dads.
The way that Kimmy talks about her poor father, all that he did for her.
He tried to raise a television with a handmade bungee system in his backyard.
How'd it go?
We no longer have a television. Well, they no longer have a television.
You trying to help him?
He did this before I even got there. I only saw the aftermath.
That's a dad for you.
What the hell? You're on my side.
He's kind of a dad, though.
Look, going back to what Tommy said a second ago, as dads, we don't need to be told that we're great. But it would be nice if every once in a while the world could say, hey, man, we know you're running hard.
Yeah.
Here's a second for you.
Okay.
Right? And I know just that sentence is setting people off right now. Like, I'm not allowed as a dad to be like, hey, man, I just need a second. I'm not allowed to say that because somebody will immediately come in and be like, on one side, your wife works hard, and the other side, when I was there.
It is hard to make an argument in your house when you're married to a doctor that's also super mom.
Okay, but I also do it.
Hey, I talk for 4 hours a day, and then I go to the gym, and then I come home. and then I nap. Kind of hard to make that argument in your house. Just saying.
This is what I mean.
I'm on break.
Yeah. This is what I'm talking about, man.
Well, I mean, to your point, like when you see those commercials for like Mother's Day, it's very elegant.
Okay.
You know, she's in the backyard. She's reading a very complex novel. Mm-hmm. She's got a glass of wine. Maybe she's got her feet in the pool.
Okay.
You know, the kids are waiting on her hand or foot.
Yeah.
And Dad, for Father's Day, is getting a grill to make burgers.
No, but see, grill, I would take a grill.
But it's still like, you're still just a short order cook.
Yeah, you're right. If you got your wife a vacuum cleaner,
I'd be wearing
Day,
it for a hat.
But your wife can get you a grill so you can cook for everybody else. How about that?
Yes.
How about that? 252-WCMF, 252-9263. Again, a study shows that fathers are more likely than anyone on the planet to have heart issues. Even worse, if you were a father at a young age, before the age of 25, you've done even more damage.
You're doomed.
At the highest risk, yes, of heart issues. Let's talk to Christine. She's on CMF. Hey, Christine, how are you?
Good. How are you?
I'm doing great, Christine.
Good. Well, you bring it on yourself personally.
What did I do?
All I want is Omaha steaks. What does every dad want but Omaha steaks?
No, I actually want that. I would like those things.
But then you're complaining you've got to grill it, and then you're complaining that you've got to cook it for the family. So what do you want? Do you want her to cook it for you on the grill, or are you going to grill your steaks to perfection?
Okay,
because she can't do it.
Let me. In the argument that you're making is pointing out the hypocrisy, Tommy. Right?
Mm-hmm.
Because you know what I would like, Christine. You know what I would like. I would like a house to myself with a big box of meat that showed up frozen at my front step. And I would like to take out one of the bacon wrap fillets, and I would like to make that for myself.
Ooh,
and next to
nice.
that, I would like to take out one of the hand-pressed burgers. I would like to make that for myself. And I would like to take out one of the sausages or links or whatever you get in your bag and then put that on there. And I would like to sit in silence, Christine, and soak it in and enjoy it. But if I were to ask for that, that, I would look like the worst husband and father on the planet, would I not?
No, you wouldn't.
Oh, no? Hey, Tommy, let's say because you get Father's Day stuff, right, from your wife. Let's say your wife asked you and you said, I just want to be alone and do my own thing today. Would your wife be fine with that? She wouldn't be offended?
She'd be concerned, yes.
Okay, all right.
I'd be in trouble.
Oh, my gosh. Just then go. Here's the thing. Go over to Tommy's and just hang out with him.
No, I want to have
Neither
a
of
good
your
day.
wives would want to be around you then.
But can you imagine, like, if you bought your wife something, hey, fire that up, let's eat.
Yep, give it to me right now.
Come on, let's go.
Come on, let's go. Come on. Make me a cake, woman.
Yes.
There are some of us that would actually do that for you. But,
No, you
know,
would. No, you all would. Y'all lie your asses off, man.
Oh,
and I
no.
also know you. What's that?
I give my husband exactly what Duffy just asked for. He wants to work on his car.
Okay.
He wants the garage to himself. I leave. Bye.
Because you have no
for me.
interest in that. It doesn't even count. You hate the
That's what
garage.
she's
You
giving
hate
what
the
he
car.
wants.
You literally hate that car. You hate the money
I
he
do-
spends on
I
that
do
car.
like the car. I do like the
Oh.
car.
What kind of
It's
car
a
does he
nice
got?
car.
What does he got?
He's got a Miata, Mazda Miata.
Miata. You hate that guy.
Miata.
It's cramped. You can't fit in there. You can't put groceries in. It's the most
We could
impractical
put you
car.
in there. You would fit perfectly because you are the best weight for passenger. We could put you in there.
A little passenger
And still
princess.
have room for groceries.
See, now you're being mean, Christine. You call up just to
You're
be
lashing out.
mean.
You're lashing out.
You're lashing. You're right. You're
Look what
absolutely
you
right.
did to Christine.
All right, Christine.
You mean Christine in your Miata.
One more question, if you don't mind.
Sure.
Okay, what did you get your husband for Father's Day last year?
What he asked for
What's
to work on his car
Okay.
and for me in the house for himself. And
So
then I made him a cake.
So you didn't get him a gift.
You just said you wanted to be left alone.
No, I want to be left alone with my steaks, which is also a gift.
That,
You keep changing
you know
your-
What? You, if you ask for it, then if I give it to you, why are you complaining? That's what he asked for. So why are you complaining? You're worse than a woman. It's not good enough. I want this. I want that. I gave him what he wanted. What's the problem?
Hey, I don't know if your insult worse than a woman is the strike for equality you think it is.
Well, you be careful what you ask for because we might just give it to you.
Oh, yeah, God
And
forbid I get alone steak time.
You had
Well,
alone
then-
steak time last weekend.
No, I did because I kept getting phone calls. Christine, thank you for the call. I really appreciate it. No, I didn't.
Because you didn't want to go, so they left you home alone by yourself.
That would have been awesome. All right, look.
Yeah.
So it turns out with all of this bad news, we have been bitching and yelling, and I got
Yeah.
moms now writing me on social media. You don't know what you're talking about. How dare you? It's not all bad news for dads.
Okay.
So the good news in this study, for all the stress that we get that could kill us,
To drop dead.
yes, if we get past the heart thing, we may actually be better off.
But how do you know if you're past the heart thing?
Well, you never do. But
Yes.
I thought that was kind of something that stuck with you for a
You
while.
never know.
so it turns out
Yeah.
dads are more likely to die of heart issues, like we said.
Yeah.
But we are less likely to die of any other cause compared to men
Health
without
related.
kids. Yes, you got it. So the thought behind that idea is having a family offers you more social support, and most importantly, towards the end, your kids are there to take care of you as you get older.
That's the hope.
I mean, the numbers back that up. I mean, that's the idea behind it, that if you have kids, they're there to take care of you, whereas if you're a guy like you, you're just going to die alone. They're going to take your body, throw it in a
Take
big
me now.
I wonder, though, if that changes over time just because of financial situations your kids may be in where, I mean, people are working longer. They don't have that retirement life to have the time to take care of you or the money to have
She's right.
somebody take care of you. I don't know what that looks like in the next, 30 years.
So just to be clear, after this whole 20-minute discussion
Yeah.
about how kids are killing us as fathers and we don't get the respect we feel like we deserve, but we can't even ask for the respect because if we do, then Christine calls up. He's
Yeah.
taking my Miata. And I go, well, here's good news. Kimmy goes, oh, is that good news you got? Well, guess what?
I'm
Guess
wondering.
what? No, you're going to die anyway. It's going to change. I don't
Kids are
even care.
busy. Can't even come around.
Yeah, does this feel good? Is it a good thing you wrap it up? Oh, well, guess what? You're still going to die. You're still going to die.
I mean, that's just bad news for all old people, not just dads.
No, because people take care of mom. Mom gets taken care
Yeah.
of. Because
Because you look horrible if you don't take care of your mother.
you bring it up every Mother's Day, and you're absolutely right. There is a business that exists.
Yes. It's called A Place for Mom.
And-
It's a retirement organization where they place you in nursing homes. But it's called A Place for Mom. Screw Dad. They didn't finish the entire sign.
Well, because you can't get dad out of the house.
No, this is where they live, Kimmy.
This
It's a
is-
place for
yeah.
mom. It's where you live.
Yeah.
It's an old folks home.
Yeah.
No, I'm saying, but all that stuff is your moms want to do. They want to socialize. They want
They do.
activities. Dad doesn't want to leave the house.
So
Yeah.
what? Why can't I just be
I just want to be buried here.
Like, even that commercial that you love to crush where it talks about, your family can be your caregiver and we'll pay them.
Oh, yeah. Right.
It's always a woman.
Oh, yeah. I knew when I turned 80, I was in trouble. Thank God I had my busted great-granddaughter here.
I don't know
you
what
don't
you
have
want.
to do that. I mean, that was
She
unnecessary.
busted. You know she is.
No, but I'm
I
saying,
love how if he was that age, he wouldn't take the help.
I would. I'd probably bought half the clothes on her.
why is that?
You're driving my car around. I know you've been out at the bar last night. I checked the mileage in the morning.
And she quit.
You know,
She ain't quitting. That's one thing. When you get these busted relatives in, they ain't quitting, man. Because first of all, they're snooping around your house.
you would do the same thing.
They already got your widow's earrings.
All right, let's take a break. It's Thursday. You know what that means?
Oh, we've been doing it all day.
That's right. It's Bitch Voice Theater coming at you. And with summertime coming up, kids getting out of school, there are going to be lots of folks taking vacations. 3 out of 4 Americans say they do this before they leave for every vacation.
Do I do it?
I believe you actually do it. For everybody else, why you lie.
Okay.
We'll tell you what it is next here in the break room on 96.5 WCMF. The majority of Americans say they do this before they are leaving for the most relaxing time of their year.
Oh, okay.
And that means the majority of Americans lie.
Oh.
You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5. WCMF. We'll get to that story in just a second.
Okay.
But it is Thursday.
No, sure.
If you want to hurt someone in this room, you can't call them short or stupid.
Why would you do that?
Or say they look like they're in a Beatles tribute band, but like the hook of the band is everybody's dying very quickly. Like he drank the wrong cup of the Ark of the Covenant opening up at the same time. You got to really hurt someone. Something along the lines of...
Oh, I'm Pat Duffy. I just found out that I'm a young dad. I'm not going to live very long because I spent half my life being fat and I'm going to spend the other half being a dad. So I'm double dead by 40.
Double dead?
You double dead. Because I'm just a dad-loving little bitch.
It gives me 2 more years, man.
Hey, you know what? Live them like they were your last. Make the most of it.
We take all your bitch voices, we run it back. We call Bitch Voice Theater happens now on CMF.
The Break Room now presents Bitch Voice Theater, starring Thomas Muley and accompanied by Patrick Duffy.
Oh, I'm Pat Duffy. I'm going to go out and steal tires at night, but I'm going to do it old school. I'm going to grab my little jack and my flashlight and my tool set because I'm just going to be a hand-jacking little bitch.
Oh, I'm hand-jacking all the time, buddy. Really?
Yeah.
Who?
I can't say.
Stick my finger up in the air and do Scott thoughts, but when I gotta name a name, I'm too scared because I'm
I'm not going to
scared
hurt dumbass people because my Netflix is like $17 almost.
Well, it's that Ooh!
Hey, I got it. No big deal. Oh, I'm Pat Duffy. I think I'm a good lover because every morning I make love to my little cup of yogurt because I'm just a lid-licking little bitch.
The way you watch me lick that lip should
You
let
do it right
know.
in front of me. You.
I'm listening and I'm laughing. I live on Kilbourne.
Aw, Pat Duffy. Tommy's got a picture of my little weenie on his telephone, and I'm scared because I used to be a little weenie flashing little bitch.
I'll call you a sissy
golf
ass
swing.
bitch. Shut it! I can't hit a ball straight, and I can't use my hands, and my short game sucks, and you might as well wear a dress in the course next week because he's a bitch ass knockoff of little ass bitch. Oh, that's not true.
No, it is, because you always make fun of my little outfit. Tommy's got little pockets. Tommy's little bitch pockets. He doesn't have any money all the time. Lives in his wife's house. Doesn't make any money. Hasn't had a raise in 30 years.
And that concludes this rendition of Bitch Voice Theater.
75% of Americans
Yeah, what they do.
claim they clean their whole house before they go on vacation.
Okay.
I guess that makes sense.
Okay, it makes sense. No,
Because
the
I-
logic behind it makes sense.
I guess if you have somebody staying at your house, or you know what I mean, like there may be a reason why you're cleaning.
Oh no, that
to
has
that
nothing
extent.
that has nothing to do with it.
Okay.
The idea behind it is that people don't want to come home to a dirty
Yeah,
house.
you don't want more
Yeah.
work to do.
Yeah,
I get that.
Fresh. It's like a fresh start when you get back.
Okay. No, I get that you get it. I get that it logically makes sense, Kimmy. What I'm asking is, are you one of the 3/4 of Americans who clean your house
I
before you go
do
on
like
vacation?
to come home to a clean house.
So do you clean before you go?
We usually do.
Okay. I don't have to ask you because you're an OCD-ass bitch.
Yeah, but I don't think I know. I don't have kids.
Oh,
Yeah.
And I ain't Owen.
No.
And like when I lived by myself, yeah, I would always have the house all buttoned up before I left.
Yeah, he would clean the one dish he used every day.
Yes.
Like,
Well,
what-
yeah,
what's that
and
clean?
I don't want to leave like dirty stuff out either because I don't know if something's gonna get like I don't want to attract bugs and stuff.
Yeah. Laundry
take out
done.
take out the garbage.
Yeah.
All right, to the 3/4 of Americans who claim, I believe Tommy.
So most people have sloppy houses. You're saying.
And then, well, yes, you know,
With
everyone,
kids,
everyone
yeah.
has the fake house that you put on when people come over.
Yeah.
I know what your real house looks like because it looks like my real house when no one else is around.
It's a wreck.
To the rest of you that say you clean the house before you go on vacation, why you lie?
Yeah.
Look, man, you go on vacation to get away from the messes. The mess
Yeah.
that is your life.
Yeah.
Right?
But
is
I
that
think
fair?
it makes you feel more buttoned up as you leave and like you didn't forget anything
Okay.
too.
In an ideal world, you're absolutely right. In a perfect world, right? You're leaving, everything's clean, you're coming home, you can relax. But Tommy, you can back me up on this.
Yeah.
Going on a vacation
Yes.
is a stressful,
Oh, yeah.
time-consuming.
It's still vacation.
You got it. And I'm saying getting ready, packing
yeah,
for a
I'm saying,
vacation,
yeah.
making sure
Yeah.
everything's buttoned up, right? So who's got the effing time?
Well,
to-
you wouldn't. You wouldn't.
But you're all
Tommy Times?
button.
Yeah, but I mean, I got nothing going on.
Okay. I don't believe this. I don't believe 3/4 of Americans do this. I believe this is people who don't want to be judged, so they are lying to an anonymous
nobody wants
study.
to say, hey, I'm a slob.
Yeah.
So, yes, of course you're going to lie.
It's an anonymous study, though. Like, that makes... You can be honest. Nobody's going to know it's you.
Or maybe you're lying to yourself. And there's also, like, what you think is clean. To what I think is clean and what Kimmy thinks is clean.
Okay, so what you think that your clean is cleaner than Kimmy's clean?
I bet you we're close.
Do you clean out the fridge?
What do you mean clean it out?
We clean out the fridge. Get
Like,
rid of
no-
anything. Like if we're gonna be gone for a
Oh,
significant
you think the
amount
food's
of
going to
time.
go bad? Yeah, I just toss it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Make sure there's nothing in there that I'm gonna come
Yeah.
home to, and it's
Like milk and
stinks.
eggs,
Yeah.
if they're going to go rotten. Anything's going to stank out.
All right. So they even break down what people are most likely to do before they go on vacation. So the majority of people said they do laundry. It's a top priority. That actually makes sense because
Well, you need the laundry to go on your trip.
Bingo.
Yeah.
Okay, that I believe. 6 in 10 people say they will do the dishes before they leave.
Yes.
But yeah, there's not going to. Yeah, do you leave
Again, like
dishes
anything
in the
like-
sink, you
yeah.
hobo.
Anything dirty,
Yeah.
I'm cleaning because I don't want it
Food.
to sit out for that long.
It's going to crust and stink.
No, you got to let it soak.
Oh, yeah, king soap.
Wait, you got to let it soak.
Yeah, till
King
when, man?
soak.
No, if I let it soak for like the 3-4 days that
week?
I'm gone,
Yeah.
when I come
4
home,
days of rancid,
know.
stagnant
Shut up,
water
rancid.
and food.
Water can't get rancid.
Your house is going to smell like swamp.
I hate doing the dishes, man. I hate doing the dishes before
Really?
I leave.
So we'll
leave, like-
run the dishwasher. Everything's emptied. Everything's put away.
Wait, you'll empty the dishwasher?
Yeah, we'll run it. Empty
Why?
it.
They're cleaning the
My
dishwasher.
wife's
Well, no, but-
retired. We have the time. So, like, the house is like we're going to go to Chicago to see the kids around 4th of July, right?
Okay, all right.
So everything will be done. I will water the plants. The dog crap will be picked up. Everything's done.
Why are you picking up the dog crap?
Because we got somebody staying at the house to watch the dog, and I want her stepping in it.
Because you don't want to inconvenience her, or because you don't want her dragging it back in the house?
Dragging about, and we have a dog sitter, so she's going to be staying at the house.
I do. Okay.
What?
I vaguely remind.
I don't want to. Wait, I don't want stuff tracked into the
That's
house.
it. You make it sound like you're being polite, but it's just to protect your own floors.
Yes.
Okay.
I also vaguely remember as a kid, my dad always like mowing the lawn too before we left
Yeah.
to go somewhere because he didn't want it to like be overgrown by the
Okay,
time he got back.
psycho. I'm
No,
not
because if
doing
he
that.
misses a week,
Yeah.
he's 2 weeks behind when he gets back.
Oh, no.
Yeah. Everything's done. Weeding's done. Anything like that.
See, that's not a now me problem. That's a next week me problem.
But see,
and-
don't you not want to have to? Because coming home from a vacation sucks already.
Yeah.
Like
It's
I just
over.
want the least amount of issues when I get back.
No, because, all right, two things. Two things. One, there's going to be issues anyway, right? So let's
Right.
pile them on top of the issues. No big deal. One issue, 10 issues. What's the difference? Two, you can attest to this. Kimmy, maybe not so much because she's like the perfect wife. She's like so good at everything. She's like so
Yeah.
great.
Well, she's Nordic.
Yeah. There's going to be stress on that vacation between you and your partner.
Oh,
you
yeah.
and your
Always.
kids.
There's going to be a little, there's going to be some pushback.
And when you get home, you're going to want to be away from each other
Yeah.
for a little while. So this now gives me things to go do.
But
where
you
I'm
won't
not-
do them.
It doesn't, well, no, but I can.
You're not going out mowing your lawn.
No, I will. I'm going
Scrubbing
to have
out
to.
8-old
Yeah.
nasty ass.
If
dish.
anything, wouldn't that just piss your wife off
Yes.
more if she comes home to that dish you let soak in the sink for 4 days?
But now I'm going to wash it. Look, I don't. If I
So you
cl-
want to go hide and do chores
Yeah,
when you get home.
because I can't. If I come home to a clean house, I can't just walk away from my wife in the same house. She's gonna get picked. What's wrong? What's going on?
Right.
No, if
I
I
would
got
think
stuff
that
to
would
do-
add to your stress.
No way, man.
Oh.
And like, yeah, like I'll just do it the way that I do it. Like,
Just like your daddy.
good enough. Shut up.
But that's how you were raised.
Yeah. The least likely thing you're gonna do before leaving the house
The
is
least. I bet you I probably do this one too.
what's that?
The least.
Oh, clean the kitchen is the least likely.
Oh,
one.
the kitchen's the number
Oh,
one you
yeah.
gotta clean.
Nope.
Like the two things you have to clean in your house,
Nope.
and the hardest to clean is the kitchen and the bathroom.
They
That's
say-
where you're gonna make the biggest mess.
Nope, the least likely is kitchen counter, stove, and throwing away any food in the fridge, which both you guys already said you did.
So you got a rancid ass kitchen.
You're more likely to clean the bathroom, sweep, vacuum, and mop, according to this study, than you are to clean the kitchen before
Why would
go
you
on vacation.
That
stop
is
at
weird.
where the food is?
I would think kitchen before bathroom.
that's where you
even.
get the mice and the rats and everything else.
Okay, I don't know why you're yelling at me, man. I didn't participate in the study.
You're gonna look like a frat house.
Oh, no, you're such a bitch, man. You are such a bitch.
What?
Like, your house is one of the most uncomfortable places I've ever been.
That's usually because I'm in it.
I don't want to hurt anything. I don't want to break anything. I don't want to leave a mark anywhere.
Good.
No.
That's great.
No, but your
I am
house-
happy with
You
that.
don't approach every house that way.
No, like, there are homes that look lived in.
Wait.
But I still don't want to like scratch up their walls.
Yeah.
Or
What are you,
break
a
their
2-year-old?
furniture.
I'm not walking in with a Sharpie like drawn on your
Sounds
wall.
like you would.
No, the
Like,
point,
I feel the same way if I would be at your house. Like, I don't
No.
want to break anything.
obviously you don't want to. The point I'm making is like you
Listen.
can just come in
So-
my house,
Yeah.
plop down on the couch.
So you're saying my house isn't very homey. It's cold.
Yes. Oh, yes. Exactly.
My wife keeps a cold.
No, that's not what I'm saying.
I wouldn't say
That's
that.
not what I'm saying.
It's a very. So you say my wife is a
No. No.
cold housekeeper,
That's not
and
what
we
I'm
have a
saying.
very
You better start to
cold,
dial up.
It's not.
unpleasant house.
A good thing he doesn't know how to text. He would have to use one finger. DEAR. No, so.
Hey, Nana, your
Why are you
husband.
texting my wife?
my wife. Will you please call her? And let her know?
No, okay.
She's on it.
Your house feels like a pottery barn. There, I said it.
I love it.
No,
I
you
like.
don't
I
want a
like
pottery
it.
barn.
I love it. Like if somebody comes, this house doesn't look lived in. Thank you.
Nobody wants that for their house.
I do.
Why?
I do. I like everything organized, clean. I don't like scratched up, beat up, ugly ass crap.
Kimmy, you do understand what I'm saying when I say that.
I
Okay.
understand what you're saying.
No, I'm not talking to you.
You
I'm
wanted
talking
to like a
Your house looks breakable.
Yes.
His
It looks
house
lived
does
in.
look breakable.
Your house looks lived in, and our house looks cold.
Well, I mean, when you say lived in, what do you? I'm wondering what
Yeah.
your definition of lived in is.
Like you live in it. You've worn it out.
Worn it out?
Yeah.
Oh, man. This is getting worse.
What do you mean? What do you mean by worn out?
Like you've enjoyed yourself in this house.
Oh, to the point where
Okay,
it's not like
alright.
appealing to you anymore.
Oh, it's very appealing for somebody who wants to have something that looks lived in.
It's good for you, Pat.
Yeah.
It's good for you.
I don't like strewn.
Oh, you think there's stuff strewn about my house?
I don't know. I haven't been to your house in years.
Yeah, you do. Yeah, there's a reason why. My wife is so ashamed of what you just said that she won't invite you over anymore. Hey, honey, he's still saying the things he says about our house. I'm sorry. I tried to.
Your house is fine.
Oh, it's just fine. It's not beautiful.
I do say you need to step up to the doctor house. I've told you that.
What are you talking about? The doctor house.
Bro,
He's
you
talking
need-
about your location completely.
You got to get the doctor house.
I love my house. I'm gonna live in my house. I'm gonna die
But it
in
ain't
my
a doctor house.
Shut up.
It's
What
not
is it?
befitting of your wife's.
He's not going anywhere.
No, but it's not befitting of your wife's level in society. You need to live in a more gated, private community
You're
that
too good
has
for Henrietta, is what he's saying.
that has
He thinks he's
columns
too
and
good for Henrietta.
and lit sidewalks. She is.
No,
Like
he's-
if a doctor lived next door to me, I go, "The hell are they doing here, man?
What are you
You're a
t-
doctor."
Oh, well, next to you in Pittsburgh, look now he said, "Hey guys,
Yeah, I
I'm
know.
just
I
like
know.
you
I
guys,
know,
just
yeah.
like
Well,
me.
you know what,
My
Dana-
private drive in Pittsburgh."
Hey, one we do have a doctor in our neighborhood
So shut up.
and a dentist. You should move in.
I'm not never ever. You would hate me as a neighbor.
Yeah,
Hate me.
yes, you would.
Hockey rink
you
outside
could
my
not
daughter.
live next door.
Hockey net. Boom, boom, boom.
That's just your mouth going off every night.
We come back, wrap it up. Tell you what we're doing tomorrow next here in the break room on CMF. That's going to be a wrapperoo.
Audio Thursday Rabbaroozy.
For a Thursday Break Room CMF that makes tomorrow a Friday. You know what that means?
Time to get a little creepy.
That's right. We got a creep cap coming at you just after 7 o'clock. Also tomorrow.
Wait, there's more?
There is more here in the Break Room on CMF. Look, I don't want to sound like I'm going after Kimmy because of all the mean things she said about dads and the way that we dads live our lives.
What did Kimmy do?
Mm-hmm.
Well, it turns out that the Kimmy we know may not be the real Kimmy.
Oh, there's a secret Kimmy.
So you know how we always make that joke, like, Kimmy, if that is your real name.
Really?
Well, it turns out that name she goes by isn't actually a real name.
Oh.
That's my real name.
No, it's not your real name, no. At least the one you call yourself ain't your real name. And Kimmy claims that she is not the only woman that is doing this.
That it has an alias?
Yeah,
That'd be
you
a-
can call
that'd
it
be
an
the right thing,
alias.
an alias?
You can call it an alias.
Is that what you call it?
Yeah,
I don't know.
It's a side thing, right? It's not your real name. It's not a nickname.
I'm just surprised that you guys are so weirded out by this.
So there's a secret identity.
Oh, there's absolutely a secret identity. Well, here's the thing, Kimmy. Here's the thing. If I was in a relationship with you, and I found, and you made the statement that I don't want to do this, I would be worried about the state of my relationship.
Oh, it's that deep, huh?
You know that, like, that doesn't make a difference in the long run, right?
Well, then why did you do it?
Because it's a lot of work.
So
We're not worth the work? Our relationship?
Well, but it has nothing to do with your
Because
relationship.
I understand relationships. Relationships.
you are not helping the situation.
Oh,
Are you having a stroke?
That's why my ears hurt. No, but I mean, you don't want to make the effort, man.
Ooh, because this would take effort.
And
That
it's
she doesn't
not
It would
that
take a lot-
much effort, man.
No, it does.
Oh,
it does.
you literally have to make a phone call and probably sign something.
No, you have to go wait somewhere for a full. You have to take a day to go do this.
A day.
day.
It ain't no 8 hours.
Do you like to be on the phone for hours?
I
on
love
hold?
it. I love meeting new people.
I'm just saying,
and
even-
signing
You have to
things.
change so many things that you're not even thinking about.
Even if she's right, is a day not worth the rest of your life?
And by the way, yeah, it's a one and done.
Guess
Like,
what? That contract's still there.
It's a one and done. It's a one and done. One day out of your life for the rest of our lives together.
Kimmy's going to defend herself.
Of course she is.
She claims that many women now do this. And yeah, I was shocked. I was shocked by what you
I
shared
didn't
with
know.
us.
I didn't know it was a thing. So you pointed
Neither
it
did I.
out.
Neither did I. And I don't know what this says about the state of relationships in America moving forward. I don't know why maybe Kimmy's generation could be destroying the American family.
That was destroyed long before my generation.
We'll tell you what Kimmy's hiding.
Ooh.
And a whole bunch more tomorrow here in the break room on CMF. For Kimmy, who we once thought we knew.
Undercover.
Ooh, Undercover Kimmy.
Mm-hmm.
For Tommy Muley,
Yes.
you couldn't be undercover just based on the way you moved your leg. Like you could be acting like anybody else. The second you did that dainty leg over leg move you just made,
Dainty.
your cover would be blown.
I cross my legs like a real man.
My name's Pat Duffy. We'll see you tomorrow morning in the break room, 6 a.m. on 96.5 WCMF.